June 29th, 2020 budget meeting. With that, the clerk will call the roll for attendance.
Anderson Burgos.
Here.
Bartley.
Here.
Rainey.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Leahy. LeBron Martinez.
Here.
Lisi.
Here.
McGee.
Here.
McGivern.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Sullivan.
Here.
Coleman.
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
All right, so seeing how it's our first budget meeting as a Zoom, we'll go like we do normally, go page by page. And then there's Councilor Leahy then now. And if, I'll try and call your name if I see the hand raised, or I know Councilor Graney, you can just say Mr. President or Todd, whatever, and then we'll make sure everyone understands the code number that you're looking at, and therefore go from there to make the recommended cuts if there are any cuts. So with that, Councilor Leahy, how are you?
Doing well. Sorry that I was a little bit late. We had no power in our house, so I had to quickly go back to my office and set up shop.
No worries. With that, are there any questions before we start by anyone, or just want to go directly to page one?
Page one. Page one.
All right, so we're on page one. Any questions for page one, cuts, what have you? Not seeing any hands on screen or hearing anything. Page two. Anything for page two?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Councilor Murphy, and then Councilor Sullivan. I see you next.
Item 54200, office and professional supplies. I'd like to reduce that by $1,250. As of April 16th, they had spent only $712. So in 2019, they only spent $1,017. So I'd like to cut that to $1,250.
Could I?
All right, so I heard a second, so hold on. So just so everyone's on the same page, page two, 54200, cut it by $1,250. I heard someone else say something.
Yeah, if it's okay with Councilor Murphy, I'd like to raise that to $1,500 because as of June 1st, the amount was only $972.84. So it's still under $1,000.
So you want?
So Councilor Sullivan is asking instead of $1,250 to make it $1,500. Is there a second to that?
Second.
I hear a second. So therefore, Councilor Sullivan spoke. You have any follow-up on that, Councilor Sullivan, or you're all set?
No, that's $972.84 is what has been spent as of June 1st.
Okay, so Councilor McGivern's next.
Thank you. I heard the mayor and the mayor's assistant talk about the budget, and this particular line item isn't a monthly fixed cost. It's a cost that you pay, when something, you get an invoice and when something is due. So I just think it's kind of trivial to cut $1,200 from an expense account from the mayor's office budget, which is not a very large budget. I'd love to ask the mayor that question.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I understand where Councilor McGivern's coming from, but to Councilor Murphy's point, only $1,017 was spent the previous year. We're still on track for under $1,000 this year, right? And we got a lot of cuts to make. Whether it's $1,500, all the trivial stuff is going to add up.
Anyone further, Councilor McGivern?
Well, if I could ask that question, I see Mr. Bloomberg's with us.
Oh.
So we have to suspend the rules to allow.
It's a budget hearing, Mr. President. We don't have to suspend the rules. We have people that can answer questions.
That's what we did in the chamber. It'd be the same thing here. That doesn't change. It's a meeting for the council, not a meeting for outside parties just to come in. We always have to suspend the rules. That's our rules. So motion is to suspend the rules to allow the mayor's office, or in this case would be Mike Bloomberg,
So
to
moved.
answer questions.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Second.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mike, how are you?
Hi guys. Yeah, so with this line in particular, the reason we left it at 2,500 for this year was we were going to utilize a portion of this as we switch over to our master copier contract for the city, and so we're pulling individual cash from each of these lines. We were hoping to have it prepared in time for this budget, so it would be its own budget line item. But for next year, what we're likely hoping to do once we get back in the office in August, September, is pull from everybody's office and professional line items to cover the copy machines. So that's why we left it intact at 2,500. I can tell you that as of now, today, that line item is empty, largely due to the need for covering the dues and subscriptions loss. So that's not entirely for the office and professional supplies. The normal routine items that come out of here that are of the largest expense are printer related materials, as well as anything for mayor's the proclamation materials, which are generally relatively expensive. That all said, I understand it's a tight budget, and with us not being in the office for the past 2 months, and now just getting back in, I'm gonna do something that I don't think many folks do, and suggest that you probably could cut a couple $100 out of it, just due to the lack of papers that are being printed out of the mayor's office for the next month or two. So that's hopefully can help answer that question.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern, is the hand still up or
Yes,
no?
I want to thank Mr. Bloomberg for the answer. It sounds reasonable to me. Therefore, I will vote against this cut, because I think the mayor's office, for $2,500, we can trust them to spend it wisely. We just got a good explanation, and as opposed to what we just heard, there is no longer any money in that line item for this year.
All right, so current Councilor Murphy, then Councilor Lee has your hand.
Yeah, and I regarding the fact that there's no money in the line item this year, if I just heard correctly, is because we transferred some to pay the dues and subscriptions.
Yes.
So, but again, if we go back and we come to an end of the fiscal year where we have $1,500 left in the last 2 weeks, and we spend 60% of what we had line item in the last 2 weeks, then there's something wrong with where we're processing. So, I mean, we need to make cuts. I mean, either that or we're going to leave a budget that's way out of whack. And what happens if we come back and our free cash situation isn't very good again next year? Who knows? I mean, I think we need to make cuts, and some of them are going to be small, some of them need to be larger. But if we can get by with less money, and clearly in the fiscal 19, it was 1,017, and like Councilor Sullivan said, it just went to 1,000. And I know Mr. Bloomberg saying it just went and spent, but the reality is we went 11 months and spent 40%. And what I'm trying to do is give it 50%. So.
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney?
Yeah, Mr. President, my fellow councilors, we've got very hard decisions to make tonight. I'd appreciate that we get to the task. We've got $1.3 million to cut, and why don't we take votes on these issues and move on? Thank you very much.
Councilor Lisi?
Thank you. I think what I heard was that there's been a lack of spending because of the amount of online activity that's been happening related to COVID. So I know we have a second amendment already, or I'm sorry, it's only been one amendment, but can I add a second amendment to the proposed cut?
Yeah, you can amend.
Yeah, so I would motion to cut 1,000.
So the motion is for 54200 to cut it by only 1,000.
I'll second that.
And that was seconded. Anyone further? Councilor Lisi, anything? No? Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, just through chair to Mike Bloomberg. Mike, thanks. Mike and I spent some time together on Friday. Appreciate him. Let me try to lower my hand, Todd. Maybe just so I can knock this. Oh God. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Okay. So Mike and I spent some time together. Mike, where we are with? Wow. I'm awake. Mike, where are we with the deficit? Just so I'm on the same page with everybody. What is it exactly? Not the deficit, the unbalanced budget.
The updated. So everybody should have received an updated information from Tanya. The reflection where it went from 1.3 to 1.9, I sent a follow-up email to all city councilors. And so the tax recap is a document that gets sent out. It takes all of our projections for revenue and all of our projections for expenditures. We've gotten 2 pieces of information since that went out, or since the original one that everybody saw went out. One was that the state was going to pass a 2-month budget with its fiscal year 20 expenditure. So we were expecting, and the school budget set, expecting a higher amount of money from the state. The state is lowering that amount of money for 2 months. We decided to redo the tax recap to reflect that, which suggests 1.9 million. That's not reflective of any local revenues or anything else that's pertaining to the general fund budget outside of the schools. So that addition from the 1.3 to the 1.9 is from the schools. The other piece of information that we just received, which is not reflected in the most up-to-date tax recap because it just came in today, and it wouldn't impact it too much, but it shows that we did a really good job in that we've now received treasury receipts from our local receipts from April and May, months where things were largely disrupted and shut down. And the numbers that we used for our projections for the year were actually, we were projecting a higher loss than the actual receipts that came in. That's the information that I received from Kate Chakowski. I'm waiting for the final numbers, but that's just one. So it suggests that at least from a local receipt perspective, our projections are pretty good, if not conservative. So that's a long-winded answer to approximately 1.3 for the year, and 1.9 if you include the change to the schools, with a large caveat that it could be higher or lower depending on what we ultimately hear from state and federal aid. And so the ask and suggestion to everybody is, what we're hearing from the federal government and from the state government is we're trying to buy time. We're trying to buy a couple months with our budget here.
So, Mr. President?
Yep.
I just have the floor still, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, yeah, so Mike and I talked, Mike Bloomberg and I conferred about that. We spent a little over an hour together in my office, and it was a very constructive discussion, I thought. And that was essentially what Mike B told me at that meeting. So Mr. President, I'm really not going to. I really hope I don't have to get involved in too much debate tonight, and I hope too much of our questions are going to be answered with minimal debate instead of battling around with this. Because, Mr. President, if we bring in department heads for every budget we're about to cut, I'm pretty certain we're going to know what their answer is going to be before we ask the question. So if I was going to make a cut to the mayor's budget and I had the mayor's chief here with me, I'm pretty sure I would expect an answer that we don't need too much of a cut. My position on this budget, Mr. Mayor, Mr. President, is the same thing I told Mike, and I'm going to stick with that. While I think I heard what Mike and I talked about, and what Mike kind of alluded to tonight, is that we're just trying to get to a point where we know what our free cash is, just get through part of the year, Mr. President. And so I think whether it's 1.3 or 1.9 or wherever the number is, we know we have to make some cuts. I don't want the cuts to be permanent cuts. It's my hope that we can just get as close as we can to, winnow it down a little bit. And then when we know what our free cash is, when we see what the receipts are, we just heard some good news from Mike, and we heard the same kind of thing, Mr. President, from I can't remember if it was the treasurer or the tax collector that returns this year on receipts this year are pretty, they're better than we thought they were going to be, even with the epidemic going on. So, so it's the hope that when we make these cuts, it's all department heads are going to realize that I, for one, don't want to make them permanent. What I want to do is get to the point where we can get as far into the year we can, and then hopefully we'll have free cash, and then we can start to refund. We'll have some transfers proposed by the mayor's office, and we can put the money back into the budget. So that's where I am, and hopefully that's the last part of the debate I'll take part in. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern, your hand's up.
Thank you. I thought we were going to have a talk about revenue before we started making motions. So I guess this is our talk about revenue and our talk about the recap sheet itself. I too talked to Mr. Bloomberg, to our auditor, and to a couple other people about this situation, about what these estimates are. And as we all know, we have estimates in the recap sheet, both on the revenue and expense side, more so on the revenue side this time of year. It makes our job very difficult when we're looking at trying to balance a budget. There is no way we can just make a cut to balance a budget by what we see in front of us today. Within 1 month and 2 months, those numbers could change drastically either way. I'm not opposed to making cuts in the budget for things that, and I kind of agree with a lot of what Councilor Bartley said, but there could be some permanent cuts in this budget too for things that we don't think the city should be spending money on, or things that we don't think they need to spend money on under the circumstances. Now, if you look at the revenue side, and this is the part that makes it very difficult to make cuts. Of that $1.9 million deficit, $686,702 is more like the school number. They based their budget, their expenses, and what they were anticipating with the new language for Chapter 70, meaning it's even above what the governor's budget was, because the governor signed that law and was a big proponent for that law itself. As we know, our rep was one of the writers of that bill, and as we know, it's the right thing to do within the schools. The schools have not made their cuts yet, and they may have to make that cut and even deeper before September if that money doesn't come through from the state, because it's a big part of what they're basing their budget on for next year. That includes part of the school deficit falls into the 1.3 million, so it's actually less than 1.3 million. That's a deficit. We don't know, and this is why we don't see a legislative or a Senate budget as of yet. And we hear a governor's office telling us this is a dartboard. We're just putting this out because we know what we want to do. But until we hear from the federal government, the state is telling us we can't tell you what you're going to be getting. It could be far worse than this. It could be incredibly far better than this. So in order just to base on trying to balance the budget on this given point in time isn't going to work, in my humble opinion. I think we could devastate some stuff over the summer for department heads who will try to be able to run their departments as normal as possible. And at the same time, I think we could do some permanent damage if the numbers aren't accurate. So I'm just asking people to think about that as we're making cuts. This every year is a moving target. The net school spending is a moving target. We can't cut the school's line items. If we cut the net school spending and we go below what our obligation is, that could jeopardize all the money that for Chapter 70 that comes down from Boston. So I'm just hoping that we keep an open mind about this and that we keep our thoughts on let's get the best budget forward we can, but let's not try to hit a magical number, because that magical number is not in front of us tonight.
Anyone further? All right, so the first motion that is on is to cut 54200 by $1,000. We're gonna do roll calls here, so the clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting it by $1,000.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
with your vote, you've cut 54200 by 1,000. It's down to 1,500. Anyone further for page 2? Seeing none, I will move on to, oh, wait. Counselor Sullivan?
Yep, I can't get my hand up fast enough here.
I was looking at the screens and the side, so you can just yell. I don't want to miss someone.
Yep, so I'd go with line 57100, the in-state travel. I'd make a motion to cut that by 1,000. No money was spent out of it this year.
Second.
So the motion is to cut 57100 by 1,000. That was seconded. That is in-state travel. Counselor McGivern, then Counselor Lisi. I see your hand up. If I miss anyone, I'll get to you.
I'm going to speak against this. I think travel came to a halt for a quarter of this year in terms of any type of travel with the COVID emergency that's going on. And I don't think it's unreasonable for the mayor's budget, which also funds other in-state travel, not just people in the mayor's office, should have a budget that's reasonable for when travel situations come up.
Counselor Lisi.
I was just going to amend to cut by 500 instead of 1,000.
Second.
I heard a second. So the motion is to cut it by 500 instead of 1,000. That was seconded. Any further discussion on this? Mike, because we suspended the rules, is there an issue?
Yeah.
Well,
I was just,
the original motion was for $1,000. Do we have to vote to on the amendment?
Well, we will. We're just getting to that before we go, Mike. But you are right, Counselor Sullivan, actually.
Yep.
Mike Bloomberg.
yeah, hi. I mean, I'm just going to be frank with this. The reason that there's 2 reasons money wasn't expended out of this. Well, 3 if you include coronavirus. But it has been that the mayor and I, frankly, just have been paying out of pocket when we travel throughout the state. I never put in these requests, and that's a decision that I've made, but it's not a decision that I'd want to put anybody else in this office going forward and make them do that. I've offered to we're talking, $50 for parking and $50 for gas every time we go out to Boston or throughout the state. And then the third reason why there's been nothing expended out of this is we realized a few months ago that if we could keep this, we might be able to use the money to pay the membership dues. And so if you recall at the last council meeting, we voted to move all the money from here to pay those membership dues. I understand that that's not to suggest why no money was expended out of it. But I'd hate to put future or other members of the mayor's office in a position where they feel that they need to make these out-of-pocket expenditures. So I would urge you not to cut this line item and remind that anything left over does end up in free cash at the end of the year. That's all I have to say.
Mr. President,
Counselor Green.
I'm speaking against this cut. We need to keep the lines open between Boston and Holyoke. It's very important that we keep those lines of communication open. And this travel is going to be very necessary. So please don't cut this part of the budget. Thank you.
All right. So Counselor Sullivan, back to you. What we do is when we're doing the budget is if there is an amendment to it, we'll do a roll call. If it fails, it goes back to the original to then vote on that one. That's how we've done it in the past.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll. If you vote,
Anderson
500
Burgo.
from
Oh.
57100. Remember, you're
Anderson
muted, so
Burgos?
you got to unmute.
No.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
5 yeas, 8 nays.
That vote does not pass. Back to the original, which was to cut it by, did you say 1,000? Counselor Sullivan?
Correct.
So the original was for 1,000. No further debate. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to cut it by 1,000.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
5 yeas, 8 nays.
All right. Anything further on page 2? I'm looking, see no hands. On to page 3. Office of the City Auditor. Anything here? Any hands? Any questions? Counselor Sullivan.
Yep, line item 53010, professional accounting and auditing. Make a motion to cut it by 3,500. Level spending. We talked with the auditor about that and she was okay.
Second.
The motion is to cut 53010 by 3,500 for the reasons stated. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're cutting 3,500 from professional accounting and auditing.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
She's saying yes. You're on. Remember, you're on mute.
okay,
Sorry about
McGee,
that.
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you cut the 3,500. Anything further for page 3? Seeing nothing, on to page 4. Department of Procurement, page 4.
Mr. President?
Counselor Green.
Yes, I just need a clarification. Item 53410, a telephone usage crocker. That's a brand new expenditure of $30,000, it looks like. Could you please explain to me what a telephone crocker is?
Yep, so that's, 53410, as was explained to us, the outside vendor is named Crocker, who does the telephone usage. That was in with the IT budget last year. It's now being brought back over to the procurement office, and they're gonna be handling it through their line item. So that's what the name stands for, as well as why it's back here as a new expenditure, because it wasn't in this area last year, it was in the IT area.
Okay, apparently the lack of punctuation confused me.
No, good question. Very good question. Counselor Bacon, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Counselor McGivern had probed that question a little more deeply at the budget hearing, and she had wanted it to move into IT, but it didn't, so it stayed with the department. And then she let us know that an $8,000 transfer had occurred to pay the billing for this budget line. So really what happened is it just got broken into 2 parts. So it went up to 51,000 from 40,000. And if you put in the 8 transfer, that gets you up to 48,000. So anyway, I'm proposing for the 53410 line that we cut it by $5,000.
Second?
Todd, you're muted.
Sorry about that. The motion was to cut 53410 by 5,000 for the reasons stated. Off to Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. Real quick, what Councilor Bacon said and the question by Councilor Graney, I think kind of says it all. The actual part of the telephone usage stuff went to IT back in 2019. But prior to that, not a lengthy period, but it was always within the procurement office. Where it is, it's a legitimate cost. We did ask the procurement officer, chief officer, and during the budget hearings about this. And this is a contract, and this is money that is needed, to pay for this usage. And it makes sense to keep it. And unless I heard from her, I can't see cutting it.
Anyone further? Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I do think that the number is based on monthly service and fee charge. So it is contracted, as Councilor McGivern noted, and I don't think that we can make amendments to that line item in order to, if we want to make the contract whole in that sense.
Councilor Bacon, you still have your hand up, or is that all set? Yes.
Yes, I would just note that while there is a contract, I'm sure it's by usage relative to number of phones, et cetera, and that is under the control in the mayor's office. So I would think there could be some savings in there and still keep the contract whole. Thank you.
All right, see no further hands for discussion. The clerk will call the roll if you vote. The vote is for cutting 5,000 from 53410.
Now, which line of 53410, Todd?
That is on page 4.
Yeah, but there's three different lines. There's three different lines.
Sorry,
covered.
it's the telephone usage Crocker.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Counselor.
Okay.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Counselor Hernandez, you're muted.
Hernandez,
Sorry, no.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
Can you remind me the amount that's being proposed for the cut?
5,000.
5,000.
Thank you. I'm a no.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
With your vote, you approved the cut. Anything further on page 4? Counselor Bacon, I see your hands up. I'm not sure if that's from prior or.
From prior,
Okay.
sorry.
No worries.
President, you just mentioned by our vote, we got to approve the cut.
Yeah, there were 7 votes to cut.
Okay.
See nothing further. Off to page 5. Page 5 is the Office of Assessment. The Assessor's Office. Not seeing any hands. Okay. Now, if I miss you, please yell at me. I won't be offended. Page 6, Office of the City Treasurer. I see Counselor Sullivan.
Yep. Make a motion to cut 15,000 from, this is treasurer, right?
Yeah, page 6 as a reminder.
Yep.
Page 6. Yep.
Cut 15,000 from line item 53050.
Second.
Second.
We had the treasurer in at the budget hearings, and she was okay with the $15,000 cut.
So for everyone, 53050 land court expenses. Currently at 55,000, cut it by 15, which was the request of the the office. Counselor Tallman?
I'm all set. I'm with them on that one. All
Okay.
set. Yeah.
Anyone further? Seeing nothing, clerk will call the roll. It is to cut 15,000 from that line item.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
What's the line item again? I'm sorry.
So, no worries. Land court expenses, page 6, 53050.
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve the cut. Anything further for page 6? Counselor Murphy?
Yeah, item 53100, the flex spending accounts administration. I'm gonna recommend a $2,000 cut, make it 30, bring it down to 30,000.
Second.
So the motion is to cut from flex spending 53100, cut it by 2,000. Counselor Murphy, anything to add, or you're all set?
No, that would just be a $4,000 increase from 2 years ago, so that's a pretty significant increase.
Counselor Lisi?
Thank you. I think that Sandy did talk about this when she came in for the budget hearings. We have a lot more people in the city enrolling in the flex spending accounts, and so they need to spend more money on the administration of those accounts. So more city hall employees are opting into the flex spending, and it's taking more time to administer yeah, just take care of the paperwork and manage those accounts.
Counselor McGivern?
I'm sorry. Councilor Lacey kind of answered my question as to what it is. I understand flex spending. It's just a question of, what the city's administrative costs are. That's, offered, and I know the state has now got a private company managing this thing. They outsourced it. And I know there's some work to it, but I would think that administrative costs would come out of the participants, not out of the taxpayers' dollars. I'm just not sure. I guess I'm asking a question, but there's no one here to ask.
Yeah, I remember Counselor McGivern, when we were getting towards this area, banking services, she asked not to cut anymore. She told us about the 15,000, and that was kind of where we left it. So that's all I have in my notes here for my budget book. Just to offer that up. Probably didn't offer anything, but sorry.
Thank you.
With that, if there's no further discussion, the motion is to cut $2,000. The clerk will call the roll. 53100.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
With your vote, you approve the cut. Anything further on page 6? Seeing none, page 7, tax collector's office. Seeing no hands, moving to page 8. Office of the City Solicitor. Counselor Tallman. And
Yes,
Counselor
Todd.
Sullivan.
Todd, the item number 5110 5803, cut that total 58,000 out of that.
Second.
All right, so motion is to cut 51103 by the 58,000. Counselor Bacon, I see your hand up.
I'm all set.
All right, Counselor Sullivan, I see your hand up.
It's going to be for a different line item.
Okay, Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, let me just, yeah, I'm getting the hang of this. Yeah, I'm going to speak in favor of this. I think Crystal talked about this. And then also, I know traditionally we've cut 53010. And when I was conferring with Mike B over the weekend, or last Friday, sorry, we discussed this as well. And as far as the solicitor goes, this is an okay line to cut, and she's good with it. But she would really oppose cutting the outside counsel. And to me, I think this is a pretty wonderful compromise. So I'm going to support this cut, but I will not vote to cut the outside counsel line. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Councilor Bartley said. City solicitor really set it up as a either or situation. And in the end, she said she actually values having the ability to utilize outside counsel more than having an additional staff member because of the versatility that outside counsel can present to her office. I will be voting to support this cut of $58,000 to the associate solicitor position. And I will absolutely not be voting to cut anything from outside counsel, special counsel.
Counselor Bacon, was your hand up, or you're all set, or?
Well, I was going to comment, but it's really relative to 53010. But since we're kind of blending the discussion, I would just note that I'm very pleased with the idea of the outside counsel for the labor contract negotiations. I think that's much better for the interests of the city. So I'm very supportive of that particular contract. Thank you.
Counselor McGivern.
I would just say ditto, cut this position, but keep the outside contract intact as the mayor has allowed, I think is important. I also asked during the hearing that the auditor and the city solicitor for future budget purposes would separate the labor contract, which is a set monthly cost, and then separate that out of just special counsel for cases as you come, which I think will make it easy for us to look at the cases as we go. But for this particular year, the cutting the 58,000 sounds good as long as we keep the special outside counsel intact.
Counselor Tallman.
Yeah, that's the reason the city solicitor was okay with this. That's the reason I cut this budget and this part of the budget. And we'll just vote on this first, and then we'll go to the other cuts that are made later on. Instead of blending this in, let's just move on.
Okay. With that, seeing no other hands, 51103 cut by 58,000. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you've cut the 58,000. Anyone else for page 8? Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah. Line item 57600 for litigation. Cut of $3,000. As of June 1st, we'd only spent 6,110, and that'll get it closer back to a little below level funding from last year.
Second.
Counselor Bacon, is your hand up, or?
Oh, no, I was just second.
Okay. No problem. All right, so the motion is to cut 57600 by 3,000, and that is the litigation line item. Seeing no further discussion? The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the 3,000 cut.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon,
Yes.
8 yeas, 5 nays.
With your vote, you cut that by 3,000. Anything on page 8? Seeing no hands, page 9. Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, item 53060, the printing and binding. I'd like to cut that by 1,500 to bring it down to 1,500. As of April, we had used only 700.
Mr. President, I don't see that line item.
That's what I'm looking for. Counselor, you can repeat the code number? So page 9.
53030. I'm sorry.
30. Okay, so printing, that's what I thought you said. So 53030, cut it by 1,500
Correct.
is the request.
Second.
And that was seconded, Counselor Sullivan, then Counselor McGivern.
My hand's up for another one.
Oh, okay, sorry. So Counselor McGivern?
I would speak against this cut. We've had this, not just in the personnel administrator's office, but we've seen this in the city clerk's office. And I think we know that printing and binding may be something that is going out the window down the road, but we need to do this for certain records. And I think of, besides the clerk's office, I can't think of a more important office for records. I wish this question was asked to the personnel director as to what this line item was for. These type of expenses are usually lump sum expenses when they come due, when the invoice comes in. They're not monthly expenses, and I just don't hear a good argument for cutting it, knowing how important it is to save these type of documents that is entrusted to the Human Resource Department.
Anyone further? Mike Bloomberg might have some information for us. Mike?
Yeah, so this was actually a directive from the IT department to the HR department to not utilize this expenditure. This would have been used to renew their copy contract. We have a disaggregated number. We have multitude of copy contracts throughout the city. And because we are combining contracts, and part of the cost of combining contracts is buying out old and existing contracts. So what we had asked them to do, so essentially this was going to be spent for a new copier for the HR department, but as we are combining all the copy contracts, we had asked them to hold off and not sign that contract. So that's the answer as to why a large amount was not spent out of this. They are using a very old and often breaking copier at the moment.
No further discussion. The clerk will call the roll. The request is to cut the 1,500 from 53030.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy, Leahy,
Counselor Leahy, are you? Okay.
okay. I didn't hear him.
Jim, we didn't hear you. Can you unmute?
He may have stepped away since his.
Okay. LeBron Martinez,
Yes. No, I'm sorry. I meant to say no. I'm sorry. No.
Too late.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
5 yeas, 8 nays.
That does not pass. Counselor Sullivan's up next.
Okay, line item 53010, employee training. We'd only, as of June 1st, we'd only spent $1,600. 2,500 was transferred out of that account to pay for the security guard at the front door of City Hall. So I'd propose a cut of 2,500 for that, leaving 2,500 in the account.
Second.
Looking for Counselor McGivern.
I will speak against this cut. Employee training is incredibly important. I understand different things have happened in the last 3.5, 4 months because of the COVID emergency itself, but that doesn't take away the need for next year for employment training when it becomes safe, and certainly might become a little bit different in terms of expenses, because a lot of it may have to be done, a lot more of it may have to be done online. Hector, he's come in and done so many times and talked about, we've all complimented him on the type of training he does, the type of oversight he does, and what he offers to the employees of the city. This is one of the finest persons we've had in the Human Resource Department in a long time. We all know this budget is one of the most underfunded budget for what the task it has to take on. And I strongly urge everyone not to cut anything else from his budget.
Anyone further? Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, I'll vote against the cut, but I want to emphasize that we have been trying to get our employees, all of our employees at City Hall and City Hall Annex and the schools and other departments trained in the AEDs that we have stored somewhere, and we haven't been using them. We had a request that was passed, I believe, in October or early November. I was told it was going to happen right after that, so the virus is not an excuse. We need to get that done before somebody, and I know Councilor McGee had filed an order as well. I mean, so if we're going to have money for training, and I was heard one of the reasons we couldn't do it, we didn't have any money to pay for training because I think it was $25 a piece or something like that. So this would be a great use of that money, and I'll vote not to cut it, but we need to get that done.
Yeah, and follow up on that, Counselor. I did get an email from Fire Chief saying that it was sent over to the Personnel Department, which is where it should be in order to deal with that issue. It wasn't his. So
if I can just answer that, Mr. Chair. I mean, the Fire Chief has been trying to, and both the previous Fire Chief and the current Fire Chief have worked with the ambulance service to set it up so that we could get it done. So
yeah,
it's a matter of just making it a priority.
Yep. No, I'm just letting you know I did get a communication back. But with that, the motion, not seeing any other hands, the motion is to cut 2,500 from 53010.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
I'll yield to the majority. No.
1 yea, 12 nays.
Still on page 9. Anyone else? Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah, I've got two more.
Okay.
So since we all wanted to fund that account, we have a brand new one now called Education and Training, where no money was spent in 2019. No money spent so far this year, 0, right? And now there's $1,000 in there. Education and training, which seems to be redundant of employee training program. So I'd propose cutting that $1,000.
Second.
See no further hands for the counselors.
I'd like to make a motion and allow,
Counselor, hold on. First is Counselor McGivern, and then we'll go to Mike.
Education and training is not new, first of all. Yes, I understand money wasn't spent in the prior budget, $1,000, but education and training also goes a long way. I think $1,000 is, to a human resource department, $1,000 is not enough. And we've talked about this over the years. The item has been funded over the years. It has been used over the years. I think without having the department head in front of us, I think it's important and we should keep it there.
Now, Mike, you had some information. Mike Bloomberg.
Yeah, so I think I can help explain the differentiation. The employee training program is for all city employees. The education and training line item is specifically for this department. And as you all know, towards actually their first day was probably a week before we closed up due to COVID. The personnel department did get their third employee, and I know for a fact that this line item is for the requisite HR training and different certifications, et cetera, for the new employee for the department. So I understand the confusion. I just want to make clear that the other line is for all city employee trainings that are conducted by the HR department, but that this line is for education and training for employees of the HR department.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. The cut is for 1,000 from 53190.
Anderson Burgo,
no,
Lee,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
no,
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No,
Lisi, Lisi, McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No,
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
And Brenna, I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. If we're still on 53010,
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no. Is that what we're on
No,
actually?
you're on
No, we were not.
53190, which is education and training cut by 1,000.
Right. I'm a no there.
Okay. So 5 yeas, 8 nays.
That one did not pass. Counselor Sullivan.
Yep. Okay, item 53430, which is advertising. As of June 1st, no money had been spent. The previous year, only $1,300. I'd propose a cut of $1,500.
Second.
The motion is to cut 1,500 from 53430, which is advertising. Seeing no discussion. Counselor McGivern. You're on mute still, Counselor.
Hello?
sorry. I forgot to go back to page 1 real quick, but if my understanding, I know Ryan's here, is when we have appointments to make and we advertise, or we have to put notices in for zone change languages where we have to pay for the advertising. I'm not too sure it's in our budget, and we often have to go to this department to bring in the people. Is that a question I could ask someone?
I know for advertising, we did put it in our on page 1, Joe. It's at 3,000. We did put it in for the city council.
Okay. Can Ryan tell us that covers all our advertising expenses?
Ryan? Ryan, are you there? Did you unmute? We'll wait for Ryan. Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. My understanding is that our city council budget is for advertising for public hearings, and the advertising that has to do with notification for things that we have to notice for. And this, on the other hand, would be advertising for positions within City Hall, across all of City Hall, for advertising open and vacant positions. So, I mean, I'm always hoping that we can attract new talent to the city, so I probably won't be voting to support the cut here.
So President Ryan's not there. Can I just finish speaking?
Sure, go ahead.
Fiscal year 17, this department spent $18,000 on advertising. In fiscal year 19, they spent $10,000 on advertising. I think it's clear that there is a need. I'm going to defer to the department head that this is his legitimate projected cost for next year, and not based on what happened this current year, because this current year, nothing is going to have anything but an asterisk against it once we get through it.
Wait, Councilor Sullivan.
Through the chair to Councilor McGivern, fiscal year 2019, $1,329 was spent.
All right. See no.
Is that a question, Mr. President?
I think he was answering. I'm not sure if it was a question.
I didn't ask a question. I'm citing some budget books that I have. In fiscal year 17, I'll stand by. In fiscal year 18, I'll stand by. If I'm incorrect on fiscal year 19, which is the year before, I think that's part of what I just said. You know, there is legitimate needs for this line item. I think Mr. Bloomberg will be happy to answer for the department head.
Mike?
Yeah, so I just heard from Hector. So this is a request that has come to him through other department heads, including, I believe in the past from the council, that we increase our advertising of open positions. So the department had actually requested and ballpark 3,500 due to expected decrease or temporary hold on hires. We lowered that to 2,500. I can actually say that with some of the CARES Act funding, we're actually not sure yet. We've put in a request for the state asking whether advertising for CARES Act funding positions can be spent out of CARES Act funding, or whether we have to utilize our own funding. So there's a bit of uncertainty here. But that's the request has come from other department heads. And so if there was an opening in the treasurer's office or the tax collector's office, it's the HR department who would be responsible for posting that position, either in Mass Live or like Indeed.com and other types of sites for advertising. So that's specifically what it's for. It is something that has been requested that we do a better job of, and hence the request for the funding and the focus on it. So I hope that's a bit more clarity.
With that, we'll have the clerk. Oh, Councilor Bartley, I see your hand pop up.
Yeah, thank you. So I look going back in history. So we got a lot of historians here, Mr. President. So fiscal year 13, we budgeted. Fiscal year 14, we budgeted $1,800. Fiscal year 15, we budgeted $1,800. So there's certainly been a fluctuation in this account, but you know, we could debate this forever. We're 1.3 out of whack. This is not going to go very far, but it's just making a small effort. So we're going to have a nuclear war about going back in time, and then you want to come up with a 10-year average, Mr. President, or does somebody want to go back to one particular year and to make their point? I mean, this is just a nuclear war we have on every single line. I mean, $1,500 is a non-personnel item. Like we said at the start of this, we're just going to get through the part of the year and then come back later on in the year, Mr. President. I don't see why this is, I mean, this is not an unreasonable amount. So, thank you.
Anything further? Councilor McGivern.
I kind of tend to agree with Councilor Bartley, David. The only problem is what DOR did to us this past year, coming into this year. I'm just very reluctant to rely upon free cash, and we shouldn't be relying upon free cash, to be frank. But the horror story they did with the things that they took away from, it was over 1.7, but it was $1.7 million in what they called accounts that were deficit. and overspent or overdrawn on. It included alumni from high school, scholarship items that they took out of our taxpayers' dollars, because it was an accounting issue within the schools. I understand, trying to get through and trying to make some cuts tonight. I'm not against that, but we don't know what the deficit is. The deficit could easily turn into a bigger deficit, and then we're really going to be getting into personnel costs, which means we'll be getting into unemployment costs. I'm trying to salvage service. I'm trying to salvage dollars in the budget. And yes, we're going to have to balance the budget before we set the tax rate. But I don't see how we can reasonably be asked to balance the budget tonight, not knowing what those numbers are going to be in 2 months, 3 months, and 4 months.
All right. With that, the clerk, Councilor Bartley.
Well,
no,
I mean, this is, I mean, I heard what you said, but this is the system. I mean, what would you do in lieu of this? Do you want to move this debate to September 30th? I don't think we have that option. We vote now before the fiscal year starts. That's kind of the cards that were dealt. So we have to do our best with what we have. And so when I see a non-personnel line like this, or make a little bit of an effort, I'm going to suggest it's reasonable. Thank you.
Anything further from anyone? Councilor McGivern, then Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Bartley. It is unfair because this is our time, our 45-day period, but the COVID virus is unfair. There's nothing that we can do about that. And there's nothing we can do about the legislature. The Senate hasn't even given a budget projection this year. The governor is telling us it's not the true projection. We're waiting to hear from the federal government. The schools, Chapter 70s is devastated compared to what they were told to base their budget on. None of this is fair. I agree. But cutting from the personnel department, a few $1,000s here and there is not fair to the personnel department.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a friendly amendment if I can to cut it by 1,000 rather than 1,500, which would give them at least $1,500, which is just about what they spent this past year.
Second.
So the motion is to cut it by 1,000 instead of 1,500. That was seconded. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to cut it by 1,000.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
DC,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Holman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
So your vote, you approve the cut by 1,000. Anything further on page 9? No, moving on to page 10, computer system. See no hands. Page 11.
Wait.
Oh, sorry, who's Councilor Bacon, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was slow with the hand.
No worries, no worries.
For item 53020, the Police and Fire Network Administration. Now, this line puzzled me and there was some explanation of it, but what I have in my notes, because we have separate lines for expense within each of these departments for IT, and then we have this new additional expense in the IT department itself. The understanding that I got from the budget hearing was that it was for an additional 4 days on site at the police department and the fire department. And I just think with the size of those budgets and that they already have a line, I just think it's too much of an increase in terms of on-site service to be justified in this budget context that we're in. So I would propose that we cut that by 50,000.
So the motion is to 53020, cut it by 50,000. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second for discussion.
That was a second. Counselor Bartley.
Well, I think I see Mr. Bloomberg's hand up, so I just want to defer to him for a minute.
Mike.
Yeah, so Councilor Bacon, your explanation was correct, that this is for an additional 4 days. And so those top two lines, 53010 and 53020, are for Wally Computers Services. The additional 121 is over what was last year, and that's entirely for additional on-site support, which was requested by both HPD and HFD. To your point on the expenditures, there was a reduction made in HPD's IT line item to help reduce and take on some of this cost burden. But the major opportunity from it is that HPD currently has 2 and sometimes 2+ officers who are in charge of their IT systems. And it's my understanding from Chief Tebow that by having an IT expert on staff, he had actually proposed one draft of his budget where they would be hiring an internal IT person. The conversation was, well, if all the systems are being run by Wally, and Wally is both offering on-site and 24-hour remote monitoring, that we would be better off using a Wally employee. That not only does this reduce costs, or not only do we pull some out of their individual IT line item, but that it's going to free up the use of 1+ and frequently 2 patrolmen with the Holyoke Police Department.
Mr.
Yep, Counselor Bacon.
If I can, I guess I would just reiterate that given the context that we're in with this budget, and given the difficulty that we're having bringing this into any kind of balance, I just think it's adding too much. I mean, in other departments, we say we'll save money if we hire a person. Now we're hearing the opposite argument that we'll save money if we use a contract. And I would just respectfully say that the contract is going to be making money for Wally, which I don't begrudge them. I just don't think this is the budget context in which we should end it to that degree. Leaving money in that line will still give them the opportunity to have some more, but that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Counselor Bartley, you still have your hand up, or?
No, that's fine. I have another cut in this thing, but sorry.
Counselor McGivern, then Counselor Murphy.
I will speak against the cut because I believe police officers should be out in the street, not at a desk doing this type of duty. I think we spend a lot of money on our police officers. We just passed a contract that is in their favor, but certainly deserving, not just in these difficult times, but in any times within the city. And I think, Chief Feeble is, of the chiefs we've had in recent history, got not only the makings of a good chief, but he is a strong community police advocate. And I think we need to give him more resources in terms of bodies to get out in the street to do what he has to do. And I think this is a reasonable way to get two more police officers back doing the job they should be doing.
Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, can I ask a question to Mr. Bloomberg, please?
Sure.
So was this originally, the proposal was for 5 days coverage, and now we're, with the mayor's cut, we're at 4 days coverage? Is that what I heard?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, 5 days coverage plus the 24/7 remote monitoring, but yeah.
Okay, but now with the mayor's cut, we're at 4 days service.
4 days.
So that is somebody that's available in person?
Yeah, they will. So we have, there's an additional, there's someone within City Hall 2 days a week in person.
Yeah.
And this is increasing our in-person capacity so that there is someone within HPD or HFD 4 days a week in person.
Okay, so they would be at either place or?
It'll likely be stationed out of the police department.
Okay.
As they have the more complex IT system. And that's generally, we've had incidents in this past year and in previous years with attempted infiltration and in some cases infiltration and then immediate shutdown of police systems. And this was one of the reasons why the police department requested this is in those situations, time is of the essence and expertise is of the essence. How fast you can shut down your systems and reboot your systems and troubleshoot the attempted infiltration. This is just what policing and 21st century government is looking like. It's no longer showing up with you know, that they're coming through the computer networks, and this is to provide us that type of support and services. And so,
would this be
a request? Go ahead.
Would this be a different person than the person? So there's a person in City Hall 2 days a week, and a person at the police or fire department. That'd be a totally separate entity.
So we've actually been essentially piloting this for the past 2 months, as we've had nobody no on-site IT in City Hall that we've essentially given our additional days to HPD. And so HPD has a dedicated person. It would be the same person always there, and so it wouldn't be a rotation of individuals. It would be the same person. The person who provides the City Hall and other city services support could serve as their backup person for vacation or sick days and things of that nature. But it is essentially a full-time IT person in there. And again, I would just second that this is the ability to relieve needs from police officers and allow police officers to do policing and not IT work.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Tallman and Councilor Lisi.
Yeah, Mr. President, I agree with Councilor McGivern on this one. I believe that the police should be on the beat on the force. It is important at times to have the police officer, you know, inside with the IT. But if we can free them up, another person or person and a half on the streets, I think that's important. So I'll be voting against this cut.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So I agree. You know, if we have folks that are trained to be police officers, then they should be on the street doing their job as opposed to sitting behind a desk worrying about computers. However, I just want to clarify, Mr. Bloomberg, if you're still there, if not, somebody else might be able to help me. So it would be essentially putting a total of 2 IT folks between City Hall, Police Department, and Fire Department 4 days a week?
No, so it would be City Hall and other city agencies would have 2 days a week of on-site support. And then the police and fire department would have 4 days dedicated to themselves.
And
so a total of 6 days of service.
6 days of service with how many staff members? 2 or more?
2 on site, and there's a whole team of all computers. And so, for example, if we're doing a new network setup, they'll bring in 5-6 people to help us out for that day.
So the 2 on site is one that's dedicated to City Hall, one that's dedicated to Fire Department and Police Department, and City Hall would serve as a backup for Police Department if necessary.
And vice versa, if someone is needed on site on City Hall on a day where there is no one on site, the person from the police department could conceivably come over for anything that needed on site support.
All right, I'm all set. Thanks.
Councilor Bacon. Oh, Councilor Graney. Councilor Graney.
I might make a friendly amendment. Cut the budget by $21,478, leaving $100,000 in the budget.
Second.
Motion was to amend the cut to $21,478. Correct, Councilor Graney?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was seconded. Councilor Bacon, do you have anything else, or your hand was up? I didn't know if that was.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to note that for $121,000 to get 4 days in 2 departments of an added person is a very, very good deal for Wally Computers. And it's we do not pay our police officers that much in the police department right now to be putting them in the field. And if they've been piling it for 2 days a week, then I'm hoping those officers are already in the field. I'm just saying the dollars and cents are very much in the favor of Wally Computer. I don't begrudge them making money off their service, but I just think it's too much in this environment. Thank you.
So, seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the amended cut of $21,478.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy, LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
Let your vote, you approve the cut of $21,478. Anyone else on 10? Counselor Bacon, anything else on 10?
Oh, I'm
Your hand-
set. Thank you.
Okay. All right, with that, on to 11. Office of Administrative Assistant to the Council. Seeing none. 12, City Clerk.
Question if I could.
Yeah, Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, Brenna, with the new machines that we're getting,
Mhm.
do you think we'd be in a position to, on item 52420, repair and maintenance of voting machines, to reduce that number next year? Obviously, we've had a lot of issues, so.
Right, but that's the year, that includes the yearly, like update that they do on the machines yearly too, so.
So that's
I
like a
mean,
contract.
I would think that we should be fine, but the only thing is, I just found out with the way the bidding schedule is going, because we had to go out to bid for the machines, we probably aren't gonna have them for November. So we're gonna definitely need money to make sure everything's up and running properly for the November election.
Okay. But once we get
I
there,
was
do
pretty
you think
disappointed
maintenance
about
would
it,
be
but
less?
what was that?
Once we do get the new machines, do you think maintenance would be less?
It's really hard to say. I'm sure that's going to be a number that's going to be in both of the bid packages, what the repairs and
Okay.
yearly contracts are going to be. So it's not something I have offhand.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone for page 12? Page 13, which is Office of the Registrar of Voters.
Yeah. Just a
Counselor
question.
Murphy. Yeah, Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, in terms of 51250, the temporary seasonal, I know we've had, last year we had a city primary, not much of a primary, I guess, but a city election.
Mhm.
And then we've had a presidential election, and then we've had a special election, and then obviously the last one, I don't know what the cost of that was, but prior to that, we had only spent about 2,500. I know it's a presidential election, so I'm just wondering, is the 6,000, and it's less than what you got last year. I'm just wondering if there's a possibility that we can make some cuts there, especially with the fact that I'm assuming we're expecting a lot of people to vote by mail.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to need the full amount. we're just waiting on the legislature to finalize the bill on vote by mail, but it sounds like they're going to be mailing every single registered voter in the city an application. And if that's the case, we're going to be getting a lot of applications to process in the mail, and we're going to definitely have to rely on our temp seasonal. And I also did want to remind you that the high number for the temp seasonal was asked after I had a position cut. We said that we didn't need the second full-time position in that office, and we do fine without it, but we definitely utilize the temporary seasonal. And with coming upon 2 pretty big elections in the next few months, I think it's pretty important we keep this number if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further for page 13? Page 14. Conservation. Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah. I had line item 57300, dues and subscriptions. 2019, we only spent $195. This year, we'd only spent $199. Now they're looking for an increase to 2,200. I'd propose cutting that by 2,000.
Second.
So motion is to cut by 2,000. That was seconded. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Do we know why the department head proposed an increase?
He's here.
He's here.
So this is what there were 3 people we accidentally forgot. That was the veterans, the library, and this one. I did speak with the veterans and the library, and Yanni is here to speak for his side of the department. So with that, we can suspend the rules, allow him to address that question. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? You're on mute. If you're gonna, there you go.
Hi, councilors, thank you. So I can explain the increase in spending for that line item. This year, I joined the Urban Sustainability Directors Network. This is a nationwide network of people in municipal government positions similar to mine. And it's an incredible opportunity to be able to network and join forums and group workshops, and also allows the city to access 3 different grant funds that are available only to members. So it's a really valuable resource that I want to take advantage of in this position, and I think will really boost Holyoke's public profile.
Okay, any?
Can you just
other,
tell us what
Councilor
the?
Murphy.
Can you just tell us what the membership dues for that is?
That one is $1,700 for the next year. And I wanted to point out, I was able to pull those funds from other line items that were spent more for the previous year. I pulled some money from education and training, and a few other line items. I was trying to make the total equal to last year's.
Okay. And you said this entitles us to grants. Can you tell what kind of grants we're talking?
Yep. So there's the Partners for Peace grant. There's the USDN Collaborative Rapid Response Fund, and that's specifically catered to helping to ease pain and suffering in communities related to the COVID-19 crisis. And the CNCA fund, which I've been talking about with my colleagues at HG&E, and that invests in high potential city-led projects to improve green energy technology usage in municipalities.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone further? So the motion is to cut 57300 by 2,000. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the cut. You're on mute, Counselor. Or Brenna, you're on mute.
Anderson Burgos?
No.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yoni, I'm going to vote no on my own motion because I like your explanation.
Thank
Could
you,
you just
Counselor.
withdraw it?
Tallman,
Yeah, withdrawn it would have been easier.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
I'll go with the maker. No.
13 no's.
That one does not pass. Any, Counselor Sullivan?
Yep. So as long as you're still there, Yoni, you're still there?
Yeah, he's there.
Before I propose a cut, could you explain to me the Connecticut River Channel Marker Program? I can understand, it's been explained to me in previous years, but there's no marina. There's a marina in East Hampton. There's a marina in South Hadley. There's no marinas in Holyoke. We don't get to collect any tax revenues on businesses associated with it or anything else. Why are we paying for a channel marker program?
That's a good question. I've been learning that myself since starting in this position. So even though the Connecticut River is a river considered a river of the United States, there's no federal funding for some reason for channel marking along its passageway. So this is just a long-standing agreement between several communities that you listed that are along the Connecticut River here in Massachusetts that have pay into dues every year to fund our own channel marker program. And I believe for the reasons that you mentioned, the dues that Holyoke pays each year are lower than those of the other communities.
So you're saying we're paying less than South Hadley, less than East Hampton, less than Northampton?
I believe so, but can't confirm with numbers at this time.
All right.
You
Well,
caught me off guard.
okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to propose a $3,500 cut to 53020. The rest of those communities are making a lot of money on tax revenues on their 3 marinas. There's no reason for us to support it.
So the motion was to cut 53020 by 3,500.
Second.
I heard a second. Counselor McGivern.
Thanks. We do have a boat dock, and we do finally have some usage on the on our part of the river, which is down where the old Jones Ferry used to be. I know it's used primarily by the rowing club, but people can launch their boats from there. But what I think is more important is if something happens in our area of the river, our public safety people respond to it. And channel markers, where there are problems within the river, things that happen are necessary. I think contributing to something that could save lives is an important thing, and to pay a small stipend is part of our responsibility. I think it's money put to good use.
Counselor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. See, the problem is we don't know if it's going to good use or not. Yanni gave us a very good explanation. He's not sure, which I always like to hear. If you don't know the answers, you don't know. So I second this motion because I think that we should take it away. And when it comes time to pay, we could bring the appropriate people into finance and we can get all the right answers. Not many people know that there is 11 miles of the Connecticut River that goes alongside Holyoke. And until we had, did the Jones Ferry Marina some years ago, we didn't have a public access way to it, which is quite a shame. But as Michael Sullivan said, there's other communities that have a great deal of cash flow coming in, and we don't. So I'm going to vote against this, and hopefully they can come and explain exactly.
Anyone further for this one? Hearing no one, the clerk will call the roll. It is to cut 3,500 from 53020.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Counselor Bacon, you're
Bacon.
muted. You're muted.
Yes.
Eight ayes.
Hear your vote, you approve the cut. Anything else on page 14? Seeing no one, hearing no one, on to page 15, planning and economic development. I don't hear anyone, see no hands. Counselor Sullivan, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotta find it. Item 51240, temporary and seasonal. There was nothing spent in 2019. Nothing so far this year. That's a brand new item. I don't think we can afford to be adding to the budget at this point. I'd propose cutting it 5,000.
Second.
All right, so motion is to cut 5,000. Counselor Tallman.
Yeah, that was a cut I was gonna make too. I'm all set on that.
President, what line item is that?
That is 51240, which would be temp seasonal, and that is on page 15.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to cut 51240 by 5,000.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas, 2 nays.
With your vote, you approve the cut. Anything further on page 15? Counselor Sullivan, your hand is still up. I'm not sure if that's from prior or.
Yeah, I had one other, 53430.
Okay.
Advertising. Through June 1st, we'd only spent $332. The previous year, we'd spent $2,300. So I propose a $3,000 cut there.
Second.
The motion is to cut 3,000 from 53430. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to cut the 3,000.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi, Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
6 yeas, 7 nays.
But your vote, it did not pass. Anything further?
I'll make a motion on that same item, advertising 53430 to reduce it by 1,000.
Second.
Motion is to cut 1,000 from 53430 by 1,000. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. This is to cut it by 1,000.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Oh,
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
and
Yes.
Bacon.
Got it. I got it.
10 yeas.
For your vote, you approve the $1,000 cut. Counselor Bartley. I see
Yeah,
you here.
so just 53010, other contracted, just want to level fund it, so I'm going to propose a $4,000 cut.
Second.
All right, so 53010, cut it by 4,000. Any further discussion? Counselor McGivern.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, if I could ask a quick question to Mr. Marrero. I'm not sure what that is.
So motions allow Marcos to speak. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Marcos, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Yep. Other contracted services is the line item I generally use for everything from appraisals, title work, engineers, studies, stuff that I could advance in anticipation of and being ready for additional work and grants that I can get, or technical service that I can get from the state. I anticipated, and the reason for the increase is I anticipate more desk work. The staff that we have recruited is a lot more mature, and we have some projects coming offline. I anticipate having the ability to move more projects through in this fiscal year. This is why I increased it.
Anyone further? Counselor Sullivan, I see your hand up.
Oh, that's sorry, an old one.
Nope, no worries. All right. So with that, the motion is to cut 4,000 from 53010. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the $4,000 cut. Anyone further for page 15? Seeing none, page 16. Seeing none, page 17, Police Department. Counselor McGivern.
President, I will make a motion on line item 51108 to cut $138,329.
I'll second it.
Second. So the motion is to cut School Resource Officer 51108 by $138,329. Under discussion, any questions?
I would just say real quick, Mr. President, we did talk to the chief about this, and we did talk to the school department about this. These are officers that I'm not against them being, if they're used correctly in the schools, but they should not be in the city budget. They should not be from the property tax from the local revenues budget. If they're gonna, you know, the school wants to contract 2 police officers, they should do through Chapter 70s or other monies available for them. I just, the whole concept of taking 2 officers off the street is something that I'm against, and I propose that we cut this line item.
Okay. Mike Bloomberg has a question. Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to weigh in on the merit, but I would actually defer to Tanya. In previous years, that how Councilor McGivern was describing was that the school would contract with the police department. The money would come via the police department, and the request to put it in a separate line, from my understanding, was an accounting request from the Department of Revenue. So I don't want to speak on the merit of the cuts, but I just want to make sure that we understand if it's for accounting purposes and whether that's changed from year to year. So I'm actually wondering if Tanya could speak to that.
Tanya is here. Suspend the rules, allow Tanya to speak. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Tanya, how are you?
Good. How are you this evening?
Doing well. Thanks for being here. With regards, okay, go ahead.
So with regards to the school resource officer, those 2 officers were included in the regular patrol officer line item, but they were doing their primary work in the school system. So to be transparent and to be able to account for those properly, I did ask that they be separated out from the patrolman line. So that way, when I got asked about questions about the school resource officers, I would know exactly who they were, how much money they were making, and what their benefits were. So with an agreement from the school department, or they could put it in, and we could pay them through the city, and they could reimburse whatever revenue, like however many months those officers worked for this particular thought line, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question?
It does. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. Again, my argument goes beyond just the accounting of what's going on. It's one thing if the schools want to hire 2 resource officers, but to put 2 resource officers in the midst of what we know is restorative justice and what they're doing in some of those schools is dangerous. And I don't believe that our city dollars from the local receipts and local revenue, including property tax, should be used to pay for this. These 2 officers should be part of our police department staff for the purpose of public safety there. If the schools want to do something in addition, if they feel there's a need, then they can do it, but they should do it through the state revenue they get.
Councilor Sullivan.
So my question, Tanya, you're still there?
I am.
But in the school department budget, budgeting to pay for this line item, correct?
They would be, yes. But it would be out of their other expenses line. It wouldn't be out of their personal services line. It'd be a contracted service.
Right. So we're picking it up. We're not picking it up as revenue then, right?
Well, it can't be revenue because it's all our money. So it really can't be considered revenue, but they could put it in their personal services or we can put it in our personal services, but they can be reimbursing the city with school money because all of that money belongs to the city. I think it does.
Yeah.
So they could definitely, the school could definitely hire those police officers under their own budget, under their own personal services lines. But I do feel like the city wanted to keep them within their own personal services lines because they're in a contract. You know, their office keeps track of their raises. That would be something that the school department would have to do on their side. They would have to keep track of the patrolman or whoever it happens to be the school resource officer. So
I got that, but right now it's in their budget as an expense. in the school department's budget expense and the police department budget as an expense. It can't be an expense in both accounts.
So it equals zero. It equals out to zero because we're paying these people and then they're offsetting it within their contract with the city. So either one or the other has to put it in their personal services line, or we take their money off the get-go to pay these salaries with a contract. So it has no impact to the city or very little. So say they don't want to, say the school doesn't want to pay $138,000, but the school resource officers are also only working 10 months a year. So you kind of want them in the city's budget as well, because when they're not working in the schools, which I don't know the amount of time they work within the school and in the city, then we want to account for them in doing city work as well.
I'm sorry, but I'm still not getting it. It's an expense in the school department budget, correct?
Correct.
And it's an expense in the police department budget.
Correct. And they're using their money. They were using their own money to offset the expense in the city. And it should be one or the other.
So so Councilor McGivern.
I don't really know how to explain it in a way that you're going to understand
correct then. If it's in another line item in another budget in the city, it shouldn't be in here.
Yes, and like he is correct. So that's why we were trying to account for it in a different way.
But we're already
because before it was an expense in both. So what we're trying to do is, if the city is providing the school with that service, then that would be included in the costs when they do their budget. It would be included in their budget.
Okay.
If it's included in their budget, then it shouldn't be included in the police department budget. That's double. It's inflating the real overhead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But we would still be receiving that money back, some from the police department. They pay indirect costs to the treasurer's office, to the auditor's office. That's from the get-go. So that way we're getting our money at the beginning of the year from the school, because they're willing to pick up those costs. So they're in effect reimbursing us in a way, but we still have to appropriate for those officers because they're union in our budget.
If it makes any sense, it utilizes, we have funds from the state that goes to the school department. The school department money goes to the state, from the state, in order to, frankly, if this wasn't done, this is the school department paying the police department, and in doing so, that is revenue that comes back into the city coffers. So with this in here, if there's when the school chooses to utilize school resource officers, that money comes out of the school budget, and so yes, it is double listed as an expense, but the revenue comes back to wipe out that expense, and the revenue
Correct.
to the city in being the revenue coming from the school department. Which is yes in our budget, but because the school receives money from the state, that's what it's a wash. The reason why it is listed in the police department budget, to Tanya's point and others, these are HPD officers. They exist within the Holyoke Police Department. They're not HPS officers in the sense of they report to the police chief. They are Holyoke police officers, and they can be utilized as the police department in other ways. So this is, again, I don't want to speak to the merits of school resource officers, but this was an accounting request from the DOR, and essentially what happens is the school department is covering the expense of these officers per their request to have them service.
Councilor McGivern.
I was a little bit unsure about this, but now I'm 100% sure this is the right motion. I want to thank Councilor Sullivan for saying I'm correct. Doesn't happen that often, Michael, but I like to hear those words. Look, I get the accounting, injured on duty. We do this every city council meeting. We take it out of salary and we put it on injured on duty. We can do that with the school department. They can do that with the school department budget, take it out of their line item and put it into our line item as they need it. This is double, it's doubling the amount, and that means it's part of the deficit, half this amount exactly, because when you times it by 2, you come up with $276,000 and something.
Right.
We're minusing one of these line items, and we can't do the school department. We're taking it off the deficit, what we're trying to do. We can figure out the accounting a different way, as I just suggested might work. I'm not going to tell Tanya how to do her job, but Tanya, thank you for saying I'm correct.
Counselor Murphy, you had your hand up a minute ago, or?
Yeah. Obviously, this is pretty confusing, but I mean, my concern is if we cut this money out of the police department budget, then we are only funding 88 officers. And the other aspect of this, to me, would be that I'm assuming these school resource officers are probably patrolmen. I don't know, the patrol officers. And we had 90, and now we're budgeting 88 plus 2. So, I mean, to me, it would have been, we just would budget for 90 in the patrol officers as part of their contract, and then the funding would come from a contract with the school department. And I understand the counting is obviously confusing, but I just want to make sure we don't cut this and find out we only have now funding in the police department for 88 officers.
Hold on, Councilor Bar Martinez. Hold on, Councilor Graney. Councilor Bar Martinez had her hand up. Then Councilor Graney.
So, I mean, the question that I have is because of the COVID, let's say that we fund them, we can take the money back because schools doesn't open, meaning, right? It's something that even if we funded it now and it doesn't open come September, we can always take the money back, correct? Anybody?
Yeah, I think that's a different question on the COVID stuff. I don't have that answer.
Okay.
But Councilor McGivern, then Councilor Sullivan, Councilor Lisi will be next.
Mr.
After
President,
that.
you have Councilor Graney first?
Oh, sorry, Councilor Graney. Sorry, thanks, Joe. Councilor Graney.
Yeah, hypothetically, if this line item was $1 and the city is budgeting, or the police department is budgeting $1 and the school department is $1, that's $2. So what we need to do is eliminate the $1, which is the $138,000, $329 that Councilor McGivern has suggested. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi for the first time, then we'll go to Joe and Mike. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. 2 things. I think the first thing to note is that I think that there's a requirement in terms of like the what is it? The COPS grant, that we have 90 officers in the department. So cutting these 2 positions would bring us below 90 and then perhaps create a domino effect where we would be losing additional officers. That's one issue that I think we need to consider. And then secondly, I was under the impression that the school department wanted to cut the school resource officers. And in that case, we wouldn't be receiving the reimbursement. So, but we still have this requirement here of reaching that 90 officer threshold.
Back to Councilor McGivern and then Councilor Sullivan.
On the points from Councilor Murphy and Councilor Lisi, I propose this carefully. I'm not asking to cut 2 police officers, nor am I asking to cut the funding for 2 police officers. Because if this identical amount is in the school department budget, it's for 10 months to pay for school resource officers that will come this way as they're paid for. Therefore, there's enough money left in our line item to keep the 90. The only way you're going to reduce 90 police officers is if you change the ordinance and the mayor cannot fund them. If we don't allow for 90, that's how you reduce a structural deficit. You reduce the actual ordinance. we know that when we fund for 90 police officers, when we fund for 88 firefighters, there's never that many in a given moment in time throughout the year. There's always a retirement, there's always someone coming in, there's someone leaving, and we know there's always a little bit of extra in these accounts. This does not prevent the police department from having 90 officers. It just says the revenue for these 90 officers, just like the SAFER grant, the revenue, some of this revenue is coming from the school department where it should be coming from. And I think, you know, everybody has said it. It can't be in both places. This isn't, accounting can be done different. It needs to be in one place. We have the ability to reduce the deficit. We can always make this up by October, like when we usually do, when we start knowing what the true numbers really are. But we're not reducing two people. We're just changing the budget to make it truly reflect the call for money. You can't call for money in two places and then say that's part of the deficit.
Counselor Sullivan.
Nope, I took my hand down. I thought I took my hand down. Joe explained it perfectly.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just to restate it in a simple way, we would leave the two positions in the budget and we would just take the money part out. And that would leave our total at the 90 and just take the duplicate money out, right?
Correct. The position will remain as 90. That we cannot touch. That's
the money is on page 25 to be exact.
Seeing no further discussion.
Just one more question.
Sorry, Councilor Murphy.
So let's say we cut this, and then as the schools start, they decide they don't want it, and so they're not going to pay $138,000. Then are we $138,000 short in police?
You have to find it in the budget to fill that.
But at that point, we wouldn't, right?
As Councilor McGivern has pointed out, you're looking at other parts of whether it's people have retired, were taken from accounts that aren't fully utilizing their monies. But your point really kind of touches on it, Councilor Murphy, in the sense of we saw this last year when we were trying to balance the budget. That would be Bellamy at the time, tried to put this back in when the council voted not to. Of which it was former Councilor Jourdain who overheard it in the hallway and alerted us that they're still trying to put this into that cost. It was through Councilor Bartley that we were able to amend that set of numbers coming back from the assessor's office to then budget it correctly. So the issue would be is if you're putting this in as an expense, saying that the school department has to pay for it and they're guaranteeing they're going to pay for it, but then back it, then that's unfair to the taxpayer, which is back to what Councilor McGivern has said.
But again, that could happen.
That's the issue you have to take.
Is the finance director here?
Councilor Lisi.
Just kidding.
No, I didn't know you have I didn't see your hand up, so.
It was from before.
Oh, I'm sorry. With that, seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote, it is to cut 138,329 from 51108.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you cut that line item. Councilor Sullivan, your hand is up.
Yep. I'd also like to look at line item 51109. I propose a $25,000 cut there. This is the police reserve. Okay. We got a good explanation from Chief Feeble about having some people in line.
Hold on. Counselor, hold on 1 second. So the motion is 51109, cut it by 25,000. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so now it's seconded, Counselor Sullivan. Sorry.
Yep. So in 2019, we only spent $56,481. As of June 1st this year, $73,991. All right. I understand that having the reserves available to go to the academy to fill in spots as retirements and stuff happens is vital. The two things that I think are changed, and it's time to think out of the box, is some of our neighboring police departments have let trained officers go, people that have been to the academy that have years experience. So these people will be available, number one. And number two, some of the reserves has been offered a chance to go and have declined, and they're allowed up to 3 times to decline to go to the academy. So my suggestion there is that we also tighten up on that policy if we're going to have these people in line and waiting to go, and then they're offered a chance to go and decline. You know, it's time to tighten up on this a little, and we've gotten by the last 2 years on significantly less.
Counselor McGivern.
Thank you. Two things. One is we don't pay police officers, reserve officers to go to the academy. They want to go to the academy because once they're certified, when there's an opening, they get to come off the list and take the place of the person who is open. What they can refuse is, even while they're in the academy, and not if they're full time, but they can refuse job requests, you know, to come in for 4 hours and they do work these hours. They work hours to help out when the staffing is low. They work hours on private things that are needed, and the academy is totally separate. That is actually one of the reasons why the chief told us he didn't pay a lot of money this year, because he had so many in the academy. He just currently got the list up to 19, which is the highest that it's been for a while. And if I remind everybody, we asked him at the chief, this is a per diem item where they only get paid for the hours they work. And this per diem item, I forget the number, Mr. President, but I think it's like $15 per hour. I mean,
$14.95.
$14.95 per hour to put a police officer out in the street. I mean, that is a problem. At least 3 of us have filed an order to correct that. So even if the officers aren't used, we're looking to see if we can up the hourly sum to something that says we care about putting someone else out in the street with a gun, even if it's a reserve, that we do need to pay you something that reflects what we're asking you to do. So the academy has nothing to do with that. Councilor Sullivan does make a good point. People can get stolen out from under us, but we've used the reserves as a way to replenish vacancies within the line item over the years, and it does work well because they're ready to go when an officer retires, because they've already got their training and they got some experience too.
Anyone further? So the motion is to cut 51109 by 25,000. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez. Hernandez,
Counselor Hernandez, you're on mute.
You hear me?
Leahy,
Yeah,
Okay,
there's your
yeah.
Counselor Hernandez.
Moved.
You can hear me?
Yeah, so
Yes.
the vote is to cut 25,000 from police reserves 51109.
Yes.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
No.
Six yeas, 7 nays.
Vote Vote does not carry. Anyone for Counselor Sullivan? Your hand is still up.
Yep. Line item 51204. This is the senior clerks part-time. 2019, we only spent 130,000. As of 6/1 this year, we'd only spent $139,712. All right. So I propose a $25,000 cut, which is 26,200. That would leave 175,000 in that line item.
Second.
Motion is to cut 25,000 from 5120.
26,200.
26,200. Sorry. Thank you for the clarification. Counselor Lisi, you had your hand up.
Right. I don't have my notes in front of me, but I was under the impression that this was a new crop of hires, dispatch hires that they brought on. And am I looking at the right line? Senior clerk part-time, or is it the dispatchers?
Yeah, no, senior clerk. Yep.
No, then I'm afraid I was thinking that it was the dispatchers, because I know they brought on and trained a whole bunch of new dispatchers. So I was looking at the wrong line item in that. Sorry about that.
Counselor McGivern.
I also am trying to read my notes. I can't quite figure it out because the chief answered this. I thought it was a reasonable answer with the way he's redefined the department with this particular position. I think it has part of it to do with payroll clerks, and part of it to do with the what's happened over, just with the personnel he has. I take it the chief's not with us tonight, but I'd really like to ask that question to him before we cut it.
Anyone further? Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a note on that line, the 204 line, that there had been recent hires in January in that line. That's how the chief explained the number.
That's what I have as well.
Can you say that again?
January 11th.
He said that in January, he had recent hires in that line, the 51204 line.
Right.
Anyone further? So the motion is to cut that line item by 26,200. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Hartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
No.
Could you just repeat what the proposed cut was for that one?
So, yep. So 51204, cut it by 26,200.
Okay, thank you.
And that vote does not carry.
Okay.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yep.
Right. Counselor Sullivan and Counselor Murphy.
Yep. 51320, parade weekend overtime, cut by 13,000 to back to level funding.
Second.
The motion is to cut 51320, which is overtime, parade weekend overtime, by 13,000. Any discussion?
What's the code again? I'm sorry. What was the code?
Yeah, no problem. 51320, parade weekend overtime.
And the proposed cut, I'm sorry.
13,000.
13,000 level funding.
I'm gonna make an amendment on that, if I can, make it a cut of 8,000 to leave it at 55,000. Based on the fact that with the new contract, then the overtime is gonna be a little bit more expensive.
There was no second to that one. So we're back to the original of 13,000. Seeing no further comments, the clerk will call the roll.
The motion for the $8,000 cut.
All right, so now we're gonna amend it to from 13 to 8. That was seconded. No further discussion. The clerk will call the roll for the 8,000.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you cut it by 8,000. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, item number 51322, elections overtime.
51322, elections overtime. Yes.
I'd like to cut that by 4,000.
Second.
And that is to cut it by 4,000. It was seconded. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, we have, obviously, we have only 2 elections. We knew we had 3 elections coming last year. Obviously, it's going to be a bigger election this year, but still, I would think we should be in a position halfway through the first 2 elections last year, we spent 12,000. So cutting that by the 4,000, getting us a 26,000, including the additional contracts, I think we should be in good shape.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll, cutting 4,000 from 51322.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the $4,000 cut. Councilor Bartley, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to propose a cut if I could, please, to 51590. I'd like to propose a cut for 33,750.
Second.
All right, so down towards the bottom, court appearances, 51590. Cut it by 33,750.
Just under discussion.
Yeah, Councilor Bartley.
Very briefly, yeah, this is an important part of a police officer's duty, but right now there's no real schedule for district or superior courts to be open other than plan things for the first quarter of the year. That's July through September, Mr. President. And this cut is a 1/4 cut to that line item. I discussed this briefly with Mr. Bloomberg. Made the same arguments I made at the start of tonight's meeting. One of those, which just to refresh everyone, just to say that this is not punitive. It's almost similar to the IOD that we have at our bi-monthly meeting. And so when the time comes, Mr. President, towards whenever the courts go back to a regular 8 to 4 schedule or 8:30 to 4:30 schedule, then we can expect a transfer. But for right now, I think a 1/4 cut to that line item is reasonable. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing, Councilor McGivern.
Sorry, my mouse is failing me again. I agree with Councilor Bartley, but the courts are starting to open up the middle of July. There's going to be a small opening where some things are going to take place, which police officers will testify in. But listening to Councilor Bartley's argument earlier this evening, this is one area where I think, if necessary, we can catch up when the courts are back open full swing, especially Superior Court where we have more people testifying. The way the contract works is, the DA's been pretty good about this, is a police officer gets called, they come in and they're guaranteed 4 hours, regardless if they're there for 1 hour or 2 hours. The DA's trying not to call police officers in unless they know a motion, and right now trials are still kind of an unknown territory. So I think we can, for the first quarter of the year, I agree with Councilor Bartley, we can survive this, and if we have to revisit it during the year, we can also do that.
All right. Seeing no further hands or discussions, the clerk will call the roll. Once again, 51590, court appearances cut by $33,750.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Same.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstain.
Okay, with that, you approve the cut. Councilor
Mr. President.
Bartley? Yep,
Just a
Councilor
point of
McGivern?
information, have we hit 1 million yet in cuts?
No.
What have we hit cuts?
But
Is
Councilor,
the clerk adding these up as we go? Live stream? Or the
I'm adding
administrative
them up,
assistant?
but I'm adding them.
Or perhaps the administrative assistant?
Hey, Dave, what's going on? Are you okay?
No, I'm not. How dare I?
hold on. So we're at 286, $286, $79. So 286,000.
Thank you.
Now off to Councilor Sullivan and Councilor Bartley. You had your hand up still. We'll go to Councilor Sullivan, then back to you.
So line item 53210, medical.
Wait, hold on, Councilor. What?
I think you went to the
Page 18.
To the next page. Hold on. That's page 18, Councilor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So we're still on 17. Anyone for 17? Councilor Bartley, then Councilor Bacon.
Yep, I have a proposed cut to regular overtime, 51300. Oh, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong line.
That's right.
No, I am the right line.
Yep. 51300.
51300. Yes, my proposed cut is $175,000.
Second.
The motion is to cut 15300 by 175,000. Under discussion, Councilor Bartley.
Not really, same argument I made.
Okay. Anyone further? Councilor Tallman.
Yes, I'd like to, I agree with making some cuts and for a couple months to see how we're at, but I'd like to amend that to make it 125,000.
I'll second that.
All right, so motion is to go from 175 to 125. Councilor Bacon, then Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will support this cut, and I'm hoping that by the time we get to our free cash certification, that my order relative to adding transfers into this line is taken up in ordinance and that we've acted on it. Because I think we need to be able to pay more attention to money that's coming out of personnel lines and going into overtime as it's happening. And so I'm hopeful that we will go there. But in the meantime, this will help us in that we'll see what the need is if it exceeds what we budget. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll agree with the Councilor Bartley, well, with the amendment as he agreed, seconding it. Along the same thing, this is something that we can revisit in the fall. There's certainly enough money left in it to get us through the summer months. We know historically, usually I don't support this cut, but this time I think it makes sense just to keep us balanced. And like I said earlier, we could be doing a lot more cutting come the fall, not just adding. Hopefully we'll be adding.
Counselor Tallman, your hand is up?
I'm all set.
Okay.
All set with that motion.
And Counselor Bacon, you're all set.
All set,
All right.
thank
Seeing no further hands, the clerk will call the roll.
Todd?
Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, I not to, and again, I did go over this with Mike B on Friday, and you know, his office didn't balk at that. So just thank you.
Okay, so a reminder, 51300, which is the regular overtime, to cut by the amended number 125. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Aye.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Holman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 abstain.
With your vote, you approve that cut of 125. Anything further on 17? Seeing nothing, hearing nothing, off to page 18. Counselor Sullivan, I know you had one.
Yep, that would be line item 53210, which is medical. As of June 1st, of the $30,000 budget last year, only $4,545 had been spent. The rest all had been transferred out to, there were 8 transfers totaling $25,400 out of that account.
So
I'm proposing a cut of 15,000.
Second.
all right, so motion is to cut 53210, which is medical, by 15,000 for the reasons stated. That was seconded. Under discussion. Seeing nobody, clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
abstain.
Abstain? What? I'm sorry?
Are you abstaining?
I can vote on that.
You said yes.
You can vote? Yes? Okay. LeBron Martinez,
Hi, I'm very sorry. I stepped away for a second. Which one are we voting on right now?
So page.
Get on that, Gladys. Take your time.
Come on.
Page 18.
Uh-huh.
Medical, so that'd be 53210.
Okay.
Cut it by 15.
Okay. Yep. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Holman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the $15,000 cut. Anyone else or anyone on page 18? Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, line item 54800, which is motor vehicle fuel. As of June 1st, we'd only spent $79,328. I'm proposing a cut of 10,000.
Second.
It looks like the price of fuel is going to be down for some time. I think we're in good shape there.
All right, so the motion is to cut from motor vehicle fuel 54800, cut it by 10,000. Any further discussion? Councilor Bartley. No.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to even suggest a deeper cut, but I won't, unless we'll take this vote and go from there because somebody can make a cut above that. But you'll notice the good news, Mr. President, we had last time Sergeant Hart was in relative to the department now procuring a not just a motorcycle, but a hybrid motorcycle. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty forward thinking. I really want to compliment the Sergeant Hart and the chief and the captains for coming around to that position. And I think with that kind of procurement going forward, I mean, I'm hopeful that we can really make a dent in. I mean, I'm sick of paying this outrageous sum, and I'm sick of paying gasoline companies tens of thousands of dollars. I would have thought we were going to do a little better with this, but I think the Councilor Sullivan's making a great stab here, and I think with Miss Belanger and with the chief making some timely procurements going forward to have more energy efficient vehicles, especially with motorcycles that are, I mean, what's that per gallon? It's like nothing. So I think that's going to really transform our police department and not only make us a better police department, even cooler than they are now, but I think it's going to make us an even greener city. And I think that's where we all want to get to. So with that, I'll end. Thank you.
All right. See no further discussion. Motion is to cut 54800 by 10,000. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy, LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the cut of 10,000. Still on page 18, anyone else? Councilor Murphy.
Yeah. Item 52100, energy, gas, and electric. I propose a $13,000 cut. As of the first 9 months, it was about 75,000, assuming we're getting warmer months, so we're probably close to 100, but we could have a worse winter that would give us 115,000.
Second.
All right, so the motion is to cut energy, gas, oil, electric at 52100, cut it by 13,000.
Yes.
Anyone further? All right, so clerk will call the roll to cut that line item.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the $13,000 cut. Anyone further for page 18? Councilor Sullivan.
Go to in-service training, 51900.
51900, it's at the top of the page, yes.
Yeah. I would propose a cut again of $20,000. Like I said before, on another line item, we've got a chance now where there's other police departments, other cities that have let go trained officers with experience. It's time to think outside the box and, try something different. Does it give us a chance? It still leave plenty in the budget.
Second.
That was seconded. Any further discussion? Councilor McGivern?
Thank you. I would speak against this. I'm pretty sure I'm going a little bit by memory. This is not only contractual, but I think it includes the certification of certain things like the firing range and other things that officers have to do to keep certified. It's not the typical in-service training, like the Human Resource Department does, or topics that are of interest, but rather it's things that I believe, that are more about certification items.
Anyone? Councilor Sullivan, then Councilor Lisi.
Yeah, I understand that also, but $36,097 was transferred out of that account, right? And went to overtime, 120,000 to overtime. I can't read my own notes here now. Some went to vacation buyback. It went to other accounts.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So I agree that these in-service trainings are, part of the wide array of services that we ask police officers to provide for the community these days. So I'm not sure I'd want to be cutting those. And additionally, I would love, through the chair, if Councilor Sullivan could elaborate on who these other departments in the area are letting go, because I'm not sure if they're necessarily the folks that we would want to bring onto our force.
I'm not going to elaborate on that right now and get in a debate about that. I'm going to stick to budget cuts right now. If we want to do that at another time, I would reemphasize $36,097 was transferred out of that account, not used for in-service training or anything else. Went to other things last year. Only $171,000 spent as of June 1st.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll, cutting 20,000 from 51900.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 5 nays.
With your vote, you approve the 20,000 cut. Anyone further on page 18? Seeing no hands. 19, Fire Department. Hearing nothing. Oh, sorry, the Councilor Sullivan.
51302, hazmat overtime. 2019, only 4,116 spent. As of June 1st this year, only $3,821 spent. So 2 years in a row, it's been under 4,000. I would propose a $4,000 cut.
Second.
Councilor McGivern, then Councilor Bacon.
This is money that's well spent because the bulk of it is reimbursed by the state, but we have to spend it first to get reimbursed. So I'd caution any cut here because we may not be in a position to spend it to get it back.
Councilor Bacon.
I'm on a different item. I'm up for it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Anyone further for this one? All right, so this is to cut 4,000 from 51302. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
No.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
I'm gonna abstain on this one, Brenna.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
6 yeas, 6 nays, 1 abstain.
With your vote, you did not approve the cut.
I'd like to make a motion on that same item to cut it by 2,000.
Second.
Second.
So the motion is to cut 51302 by 2,000. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Abstain?
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 4 nays, 1 abstain.
With your vote, you approve the 2,000 cut. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to propose a cut to overtime 51300 along the same lines as with the police department, to cut $100,000 that would still leave enough in there for current use till we get to later in the year. Thank you.
Second. There was a second, okay. So a motion is to cut 51300, which is overtime by 100,000. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Abstain?
Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 abstain.
With your vote, you approve the cut of 100,000.
Mr.
Anyone? Yeah, Counselor Bacon?
On 51460 to cut out $5,000 for level funding.
Second.
So acting out of grade 51460, cut by 5,000. Any discussion?
This is that are we not level funded already?
For the budget,
Counselor-
I was looking at the expenses.
George, what we did last year?
Okay.
I get that line item one more time, please.
Yep, so hold on, just so everyone hears. Acting out of grade 51460, cut by 5,000. Everyone on the same page?
No.
Okay. Counselor McGivern, do you have a question?
Just, I'm just not familiar right now with the makeup. It's all the positions I believe are filled, and if that's the case, then I think this cut is legit. But if we have retirements coming up in the officers' positions, sometimes that's necessary to bring people up. Is anybody up to date on that?
Mike might have something. Mike Bloomberg, please.
Yeah, I mean, I just recall from the budget hearing with the chief, and so just to clarify, the budget is level funded to last year, and Councilor Bacon is pointing to 2019 numbers, which is generally roughly around the average. But you can see, and I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but that we are expecting quite a few retirements in the coming year, and you can look at that via the buyback and sick leave and vacation buyback line items. So this came up in the budget meeting with the fire chief. He's not on at the moment, but I know that's exactly what he's saying, that this is, what they're pegging in terms of what they would need based off of retirements. And you don't want to come up short. So I just want to speak up on behalf of the chief to that point.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilor Bacon.
I would just note that of the 80 firefighters, the chief did let us know that he has 78 as of now. So there may be some retirements, but they'll probably spread out throughout the year. And they're pretty well staffed in compared to some years. And he did note 3 retirements in the budget. So I think they're in pretty good shape. Thank you.
Anyone further for this one? Seeing, Councilor Lisi.
So, but to that point, if they do have a number of retirees, wouldn't that create the need to have more individuals acting out of grade?
If I may, Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilor Bacon.
It would, but it wouldn't for the entire budget year. It would be staggered throughout the year, so you wouldn't need the full year's worth. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else, the motion is to cut 5,000 from 51460. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Councilor Leahy?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas, 2 nays.
With your vote, you approve the $5,000 cut. Anyone further on page 19? Councilor Murphy, I see your hand up.
Yeah. Item 51301, the arson overtime, and recommend a $1,500 cut.
Second.
So let me get there. 51301. And how much was it?
$1,500,
$1,500.
which would leave them under what they had spent the first 10 months this year. So
The motion is to cut the arson overtime by $1,500.
and I will say on the good news, when I was first on this council, we needed to spend a whole lot more on arson. So we've made some progress.
Amen.
Anyone further for this one? Seeing no one, clerk will call the roll with regards to 51301 by $1,500.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
5 yeas, 8 nays.
That one does not carry. Counselor McGivern, I see your hand up.
No, I'm sorry. I just,
Counselor Lisi.
I'll consider the same line item 51301 for $1,000 as a cut.
Second.
second,
All right, so the motion is to go back to 51301 instead of by 1,500, cut it by 1,000. Seeing nothing, no one else, clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
no,
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
No.
Brown Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
no,
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
With your vote, you approve the $1,000 cut. Anyone further for page 19? Seeing none. Page 20?
I'm sorry, can I, President,
Yeah.
the count, can you, Brenna, what's the count on that? I thought we had more to say, no than that we had the yes.
Um,
I had
Last-
7 yeas, 6 nays. So it carries.
Okay, thank you.
Just to the clerk, do you want to read off the yeses for the
Sure.
counselor satisfaction?
Sure. Hernandez, Lisi, McGee, Murphy, Sullivan, Tallman, Bacon.
Thank you.
All right. Hearing none to 20. Back to 20. Counselor Sullivan.
Okay. Yeah, motor vehicle repair and maintenance, 52410, a $5,000 cut.
Second.
We've got a lot of new vehicles. It shouldn't be that high. We've got repair people. Also transferred out of that account was 13,600. So, I think, with the new vehicles we've got and stuff like that, we should be able to get by on 45,000.
All right, so motion is to cut 5,000 from 52410. That's the very top of the page. Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to cut that $10,000.
Second.
Second.
No, seconded. So now it's to cut it by 10,000. Counselor McGivern.
unfortunately, when they went to, and I know it's not lease, but when they made the deal, it wasn't local to get the new vehicles in. They're now getting older and they're not covered by the warranty. And the next, I believe the next agreement is going to be able to be a local dealership within the city, and it should include the maintenance agreement with them, which would make a lot more sense. But I'm just reluctant knowing that our vehicles are 24/7 to, at this time, deny them any money they might need.
Anyone else? Seeing nobody here. Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, I do agree with that there, 24/7. Those are good points, but I mean, this council has really gone above and beyond for funding new vehicles for this department, and I think a cut as even as small as this, I think that's going to be, just go back to my same argument I made 7 times already. So if we're gonna need them, if we're gonna need to make it, this council's always stepped up for the fire department. I think virtually without exception, and a cut of this size is I think fair, and I think they can make do with it. And if not, then we'll be right there in their corner. Thank you.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, and I think it still leaves plenty in there. We only, out of that 44,000 that came out of that account as of June 1st, 13,600 was transferred out of it. It wasn't used for maintenance.
Seeing no one else, motion is to cut 10,000 from 5 to 4.
Todd, Counselor's got her hand up.
sorry, Councilor Lee, thank you.
I'm just going to note that I'll be supporting the $5,000 cut and not the amendment on 10,000.
All right, so up first is the 10,000. The clerk will call the roll on the 10,000, sorry.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
6 yeas, 7 nays.
Motion, or the vote does not carry. Back to the original of 5,000, 52410. No further discussion. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
For your vote, you approve the $5,000 cut. Counselor Sullivan, your hand is up.
Yep. Bear with me for a minute. Okay.
Take your time, Mike.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding the line item.
No pressure. You got 2 seconds. No, just kidding.
It gets worse.
Between you and Gladys, you're killing me.
Move the motion.
Go
Move the
back.
motion.
You know what? We'll try one more here. 55860 personnel equipment. $5,000 cut.
All right, so towards the bottom, 55860 minus 5,000.
Okay.
That was seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll for 55860.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 5 nays.
For your vote, you approve that one. Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, I found my other one. So 53210 medical. You know, as we've stated before, you know, we'll always step up later in the year, but as of 6/5 this year, only $4,103 had been spent as of 2 weeks ago. In the previous year, only $400. So $5,000 cut in effect would cover the average, more than the average of the last 2 years.
Second.
We'll always step up if we have to.
All right, so the motion is to cut 53210 by 5,000. That was seconded. Anyone further?
Mr. President?
Yeah, Counselor Graney.
Yeah, Mr. President, on this line item, I think that it's critical that we keep a cushion in this account just in case we do have injuries, in case there are related injuries to any future fires. I don't think that this is outrageous, the $10,000, and I think that we should keep the cushion for the the medical insurance for our firefighters.
All right. So any further discussion, Councilor Tallman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I believe we had the fire chief in here. He said that this money would probably be mostly be utilized for pre-employment physicals and drug testing. And I think there was 9 firefighters that were going to be going into the academy. So I would vote against this cut.
Anyone further? Councilor Barley?
Yeah, I'll make a friendly amendment to make it a $2,500 cut, so
Second.
split the baby.
Second.
So motion is to cut 53210 by 2,500 and not 5,000. See no
Second.
second. See no further discussion. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Yes.
Greeny,
No.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez. Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Lee,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 days, 6 nays.
With your vote, you approve the cut of 2,500. Anyone else? Councilor Tallman, your hands up or?
I'm all set.
Okay. Seeing no one. 21. Department of Building Codes and Inspections. Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I'd go with 51300 overtime. Again, $700 in 2019, $66 so far this year, right? The budget last year was only for 500. So I'd go with level spending, a cut of 2,500. And to the best of my knowledge, everybody in that apartment's on a salary, so.
Second.
Just one thing, I do believe from Damian Cody, he did send a letter. We asked him to follow up, and I thought Ryan got out to everyone. It's during the budget hearing meeting, I was asked why there was an increase within that line item. And at the time, he could not recall. After looking into it, this is going back to, while the state has been completing the inspections as requested on a basis we have to send out the invoices, the employee has since moved to the DPW. This is the weights and measures, and wasn't simply working out there. So he is moving back over into this department. In the conversion with this employee completing this work, we factored in the increase of workload into our current clerical staff capacity and came up with $3,000 in order to do the work for weights and measures. That was from the building commissioner. Just putting that out there as a communication. Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
That just changes everything because I thought when the mayor cut weights and measures, the state was doing it and we were paying the state.
We are.
We are currently.
So why are we paying an employee when the budget for weights and measures was cut by the mayor?
I think they're moving it over to this department.
But no, it's the state. We're not. This is not to pay the state. This is to pay a person.
Councilor Lisi, Councilor Lisi, and then Mike's here too as well. So Councilor Lisi.
I mean, we just had a bit of this conversation in ordinance. We found out through DPW and the building department that Because we haven't had a weights and measures individual for the city, we've been relying on the state. Holyoke has been paying Boston prices to have this state official do weights and measures for us, and we actually, for the size city that we are, don't technically qualify for that assistance, but the state has been helping us, and it's been quite expensive. So then what we did was we adopted a new fee schedule internally for the city of Holyoke through our ordinances, a fee schedule that would be updated and also help to pay for the salary of someone to work either part-time or shared time with other communities to cover the job and the work of the weights and measures department.
Mr. President.
Mr. Bloomberg has something to add.
Hold on, Councilor McGivern first. Councilor McGivern.
I know I stopped talking, but I was in the middle of a thought. And Councilor Racy's right. I understand all of what we've done, and we're trying to correct what is a wrong. But it should not be overtime. This should be in the weights and measures of budget, and we should hire someone part-time to do this job the way we always did it. I mean, why would we want to pay overtime, which also has an impact on other benefits that we have to pay? This should be in a budget of its own.
To Mike Bloomberg.
Yeah, so I can't speak specifically for the overtime line, but I can. You will see the weights and measures line here. We are no longer receiving that state support from the state. They're no longer doing it on contract. So we are on the hook for weights and measures. How that came about in certain lines, I can't speak to that, but I do just want to make clear that that's the A increase in weights and measures line, and can help explain why there are additional fees associated with weights and measures.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, just through the chair to Mike B. I'm a little surprised to hear that timetable, Mike, because the way it was explained to me directly by the state director of that department, I'm sorry I'm not prepared to with his exact title, but whoever it is, and I have it on my computer, he said that scenario wouldn't happen until July 1st of 2021. Now that's what he told me, and that is exactly what I said when I was in ordinance committee, whenever it was, through 2019. And so I'm a little surprised to hear that, because that was not the whatever his title is. I mean, if I had a few minutes, I don't want to belabor it, but I'm 100% certain that that the Commonwealth has us covered through June 30th of 2021. So I guess I'd have to see whatever it is that you have. I guess I'd have to see that in writing, because I certainly have it in my computer. And I've said that on the record at least once, but I think more than once in the many debates we had in ordinance last year regarding this. And so, and just to the point, this is not weights and measures. This is overtime in another department, and I just think that we're not on the. I don't like this kind of budgeting. I realize it's not huge dollars, but I think the cut proposed is a fair one. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon, then Councilor Lisi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to suggest just that we treat the overtime as we have in the other departments, and because this overtime number came into us at the same time that in the budget discussion, we were told that the weights and measures was going to increase in the budget to pay the state subcontract. So it doesn't seem to be related in a staffing change, because they both came to us at the same time. So I think we can just see how it plays out and deal with it like the other overtime lines. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. So I think at the end of the day, what it is covering is the clerk's overtime in the office for taking on the billing and paperwork related to the new in-house weights and measures position.
I don't see that position.
Counselor McGivern.
Sorry, I was just looking at that other contracted services, weights and measures 53010.
53010 deals with the weights and measures, which is what we were told in the budget meeting.
Right, and so that's the new in-house weights and measures position, and the clerk for that department is now going to have additional responsibilities related to billing and paperwork, and that's what the overtime is related to.
Counselor Bacon, do you still have anything else, or?
Yes, Mr. President. I don't see how we can fund a position under a contracted services line, because we would have to have it up under personnel, because you're going to have benefit expenses and a whole other number of things that would relate to the position. So we can't just simply take the contract line and make it into a position through this process, as I understand it. Thank you.
Counselor McGivern. Joe, you're muted still. Okay, here we go.
Sorry, I heard a mountain lion in my backyard. I had to go check it out. I'm back. There are other items within the overtime within this department, as Mr. Cody explained to us. And I learned this when there was an emergency going on with a restaurant late last year. Mr. Cody and I think the assistant building commissioner don't get paid overtime, but other inspectors and other people, if they're called out on an emergency outside of their normal work hours, do qualify for overtime. Damian has always tried to avoid that just to keep it within the budget, but sometimes he can't avoid it. So I would propose, because we're a little bit unsure, and weights and measure is important, but this needs to be corrected in the near future. But I would propose is, I'm not too sure what the current number is on the floor, that we reduce the budget by 1,000 and go from there and see what happens.
The current motion is 2,500.
Okay, so if I can make a motion that we would reduce it only by 1,000.
Second.
Seconded. So the motion is to cut 51300 by 1,000. See no further discussion. The clerk will call the roll with regards to the 1,000.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yeah.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
Your vote, you approve the cut of 1,000. Anyone else for page 21?
Can I clarify a point?
Mike?
Yeah, I want to clarify that I am, to Councilor Bartley's point, he is correct that we're not moving away from the state until the following year. We're switching it from the DPW department, and we're switching some of those expenses into the other contracted services line here with the weights and measures. So we'll still be contracted to the state. It's my understanding that it's going up from about $18,000 to $20,000. And I just want to clarify that Councilor Bartley is correct, that that's a service that's supposed to continue out through the remainder of next year. And I understand via text message that we're hoping at some point through the year we can transition to someone who would be city staff, knowing that we're going to have to do so at the end of the year. But I just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you. Councilor Bacon.
Mr. President, I'd like to propose a cut to that line of 53010. There seem to be some things moved into it and it's increased a lot. So I'd like to propose a cut to the line of 20,000 so we can track it and put back in if things are back up and going and we have a lot of demand for weights and measures.
Okay, so the motion is to cut 53010, other contracted services by 20,000. Seeing no questions, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the 20,000 cut.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez, Leahy.
Well, Counselor Hernandez is muted.
Oh,
Councilor Hernandez, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, my whole screen left. Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
I'm sorry, yes.
Lucy,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
For your vote, you approve the cut. Anyone further for 21? Councilor Bacon, your hand is still up?
I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. Anyone further for page 21? Seeing none, hearing none. 22, emergency management. Hearing nothing, seeing nothing. 23, Department of Forestry. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I'm going to make a cut to, offer a cut, sorry, to overtime 51300 to go down to level funding, a cut of $3,000.
Second.
Motion is to cut 51300 by 3,000.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else on this one? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the 3,000 cut.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lucy,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
For your vote, you approve the cut. Anything further for 23? 24.
Could I ask a question on 23?
Yeah, Councilor Murphy. Sorry.
On 53010, I know it had that it had spent 5,958 as of April, but in my notes here, I got an encumbrance of 46,000. Is that, Tanya, can you tell me if I'm correct on that?
Tanya, you're muted. There you
Yes,
go.
I'm sorry. You're correct on that. They transferred money in there
Okay.
to cover that.
Okay, and do you know what it was specifically for?
I don't know offhand. I'm sorry.
Does Mike Bloomberg know? No. Okay.
No. I mean, I know it's a ongoing and significant expense each year, and the big reason for it is that we don't own a lot of the equipment necessary to do certain types of trees, and it allows us to do this 24/7.
Okay.
Yeah, and towards the end, when we want certain trees from the tree belt gone, they usually put the bad trees on the list, like a top 10, and then do them towards the end. Counselor McGivern, and then Counselor Bartley.
We have a list that's got to be over 100 of trees that we need to take down. We have 2 people to do it, and they can only go out, you know, in a group of 2. It's a safety issue. So the contracted services are for the, you know, for the forestry services are for the contracts to get as many trees down as possible, especially the ones that are a priority. I mean, some of us have trees on that list that have been there for close to a decade. We really should be looking for more money, not less.
Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. That's, I mean, I think we did the right thing last year by cutting the tree climber, though I voted for that 4 years in a row, but last year I had enough. I mean, I just don't fill the position. So I would definitely be supportive if a live person would come in for that job. It's sorely needed in the city, along with other things. And we've got, and just, I hope the public is hanging in there with us. I know it's 10 o'clock, but we've got hundreds of trees at our tree nursery, Mr. President, on Main and Berkshire, and waiting to get, I mean, I know now it's not the time of year, but come this fall, we hundreds of trees of multiple species for commercial, industrial, residential parcels throughout the city of Holyoke. So again, this goes back to what we want to be as a green, as much as a carbon neutral city as we possibly can. And I think the more we spread the word, the better off we're going to be. So, but Councilor McGivern is really spot on, because there are, I mean, other than, you know, speeding through the neighborhoods, I would say removal of trees and tree stumps. Those are, you know, as a ward counselor, those are the things and now firecrackers, I suppose. But those are things I hear a lot about. Thank you.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, just not to drag this on all night, but this is something that I hope the mayor in the future can really fund this department a little better, and we can all get behind it. We're really penny wise and pound foolish on this one. If you look at just today, for example, what happened on Yale Street and up on Allen Street and some of these other streets in the Highland, if these trees had been removed in a timely fashion, we wouldn't have the power outages we have. We wouldn't have the overtime being spent by Holyoke Gas and Electric. We wouldn't have the hazard to the public. And when they come down in this way, in an unscheduled, unplanned manner, and take out power lines and land on people's houses, land on people's cars, and endanger the public, it's costing us a lot more in the long run than the extra pay. And the reason we didn't get a second person in there is those jobs are very good paying jobs, and we're not getting the bang for our buck contracting that service out. And if we are going to keep contracting that service out, we ought to be spending 2 or 3 times as much as we are.
Counselor Leahy, then Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, hey, thank you. You know, sometimes we look at budgets and we look at the different line items and we think that this is an easy cut. But I think this is one of the worst cuts that was proposed tonight. We have, as Councilor Sullivan said, we have Yale Street, Elm Street, and there was a dead tree that fell on a car on a person on Lincoln Street today. I think what we have to do is we have to take care of our environment. Jeff Hayden did a fantastic job many years ago, and he got the city of Holyoke recognized as a city of trees. And we are a city of trees, city of beautiful trees. However, we have to maintain the trees that are alive, and we have to certainly take care of the ones that aren't alive as well. You know, I'm an at-large counselor, so I get phone calls from everybody across the city. And one of the things that I get phone calls a lot is dead trees. And people are afraid and petrified of them coming down either on their houses or on their children. I'm not gonna, no, I'm not gonna.
Nope, there's no cut proposed. There was just a question on it, just to be clear. There's no cut as of yet. There's a question on the account. So back to Counselor Bartley, then Counselor McGivern.
Yeah, I'm just going to make just as a history book thing. I think Councilor Alexander, several years ago, he raised a point about burying public utilities as much as possible. And this is just a thought, Mr. President. It's not going to be in our time, but when, you know, down the road, another mayor, you know, when the G's in a different position, that to the extent we can encourage the gas and electric to put the utilities underground. I hope future councils and future mayors can do just that. I think, you know, for a lot of reasons, including safety and aesthetics and the environment. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern. Councilor McGivern, then Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I just hit my remote and I bounced from channel 15 to the CW and caught 22 News for 2 minutes. Ironically, it's showing about 3 trees that are down in Holyoke right now. I think Allen Street, Lincoln Street, and somewhere else. But unfortunately, too, our economy is going to have a big blow. They just announced the Big E's not going to be open this year, so we won't be marching, David.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, Joe. The town of West Side, they didn't sound too enthused, so it's too bad.
Councilor Bacon.
Just a point of information, we're only about halfway through the budget.
Yep.
Yeah, but the big ones are behind us, Linda. Come on. This is fun.
Yeah, let's just chop, guys.
We're having Gladys. We've been 3/4 through.
So
Linda.
Anything further on 23?
Todd, I think this meeting's going on so long, it's gonna be Linda's birthday. So it's happy birthday to you for tomorrow.
We're finishing it tonight. We're not going tomorrow, Jimmy.
I know you just want to say
Don't even say that, Jim.
so you can say happy birthday.
Yeah.
So 23, seeing no one else?
No, keep going.
24, public safety. Anyone?
No.
No one? 25, school department.
Keep going.
Seeing no one?
No.
26, office of city engineer.
No.
Hearing no one, seeing no one. 27, Department of Public Works Administration. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, item 51300 overtime. I recommend a $2,000 cut.
So on page 27, 51300, which is overtime, cut it by 2,000 is the request.
And as of middle of April, it was 4,000 expended, so.
That was seconded?
I did, yep.
Yep. Any discussion? Councilor Lisi.
I just recall from the budget hearings, sorry, I skipped out there. I recall from the budget hearings that we did very little snow removal this year. And so I think that contributed to a low overtime expenditure. So it's something to keep in mind as we vote on it.
Seeing no one further.
If I can just.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor.
In 2019, we spent 7,300 as well. So I'm making it 8,000. So I'm trying to cover that as well.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call roll, cutting 2,000 from 51300.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Holman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
With your vote, you approved a 2,000 cut. Anything else on 27? Hearing nothing, moving on to 28. Councilor Bacon.
Mr. President, for line 51300 overtime, I'd like to propose a $4,000 cut.
Second.
The motion is to cut 51300, which is overtime, by 4,000. That was seconded. Any discussion?
I just feel like we could address it later in the year if we need to, and depending on how things pan out with the budget.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll for 51300 by 4,000.
Okay.
That is page 28.
Argos,
Yes.
We're having a little difficulty. She froze up.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
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 Bacon.
Yes.
So
With your vote, you approve the 4,000 cut. Anything further for 28? Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, item 52100, energy streetlights.
Yep.
I propose a $10,000 cut. We're after 10 months, we were at 309,000. So I'm assuming we aren't going to have a major cost increase. So cutting it by 10 would leave us at 400,000, which is 48,000 more than we expended in FY19. So.
Second.
Second.
That was seconded. Comments? Mike has a question. Mike Bloomberg. Mike? We can't hear you, Mike. Mike, we can't hear you. You're still muted somehow, Mike. You can't get any audio.
Got that problem I had.
One second.
Oh, there it is. You're right there.
Okay. Yeah, so the discrepancy in this year's budget was as part of the pilot agreement instead of charging to the account. So if you all recall, there was a significant shortage and a cut from the council for the energy and streetlights. The mayor renegotiated a pilot agreement, and part of the pilot agreement was for the G&E would write down the bill for this year. And so this is the number that is projected. Actually, it was projected to be somewhere between 410 and 420 for next year, and the mayor opted for the lower amount.
Councilor Sullivan.
Projection for the cost of electricity for the whole.
Yeah, question for Mike Bloomberg. We were promised to see that that deal. What are the, what's the deal? We still haven't seen it.
I believe it was sent out to all counselors.
No,
I didn't get it.
absolutely not.
Counselor McGee,
I don't have a copy. I heard it was coming, but I don't have a copy of it.
I'm happy to pull out the pilot agreement, but I believe the notice was sent to all counselors of the full amount that was subject to the pilot agreement. Let me just pull it up.
While he's looking for that, Councilor Bacon, you had a question, or?
All set, thanks.
All right, Councilor Leahy, you have your hand up?
No, it was for a different question. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan, anything further on this one, or?
Yeah, I'd like to amend that to $20,000 cut.
So the motion, yeah. hold on.
No.
So the motion is to cut 52100 by 20. I do not hear a second.
I'll second it.
There's a second. Any further discussion on this? Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah, if we look back to 2019, our actual cost was only $352,000. Now we keep hearing about additional upgrades on more LED lighting going in and stuff like that. You know, I think at that point, 390 should more than cover it. If all that's been taking place as we've been promised.
All right, hearing nothing further, the clerk will call a roll. The motion is to cut 52100 by 20,000.
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Can people hear?
No.
No.
Can you hear me?
Can hear
No,
you
I
now.
can't.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Counselor Lisi, it's muted.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
With your vote, you approve the 20,000 cut. Anything further for 28?
52103.
52103 City
Energy
Hall
for the
Annex.
annex.
Yep.
I'm going to recommend a $5,000 cut.
Second.
Motion is to cut 5,000 from the City Hall Annex Energy at 52103.
And basically, we're at 21,000, 3/4 of the way through the year. So I would think if we got to 30,000, that would give us an extra 9,000 from this past year. So.
All right. Anything further? Counselor Sullivan?
And just to update that, as of June 1st, we'd only spent 27,000. So.
All right. Nothing further. The clerk will call the roll. Your vote for a $5,000 cut.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
I'm just coming back. I'm sorry, I don't have the item number or the amount.
So page 28, Energy City Hall Annex 52103. Cut it by 5,000.
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve the cut. Anything further for page 28? Seeing no one? 29. Don't see or hear anyone. 30 was a page that was
Mr.
missing,
President?
but Ryan sent us. Yes, Councilor Graney.
Yeah, page 30. Item 53100, stone removal service cut by 100 grand.
The motion is page 30, 53100, snow removal, cut it by 100,000.
Second.
And that was seconded. Any discussion? No. So the clerk will call the roll with regards to page 30. So it's 53100. Just a reminder, it wasn't in our book, but it was sent to us by Ryan as a missing page.
3100. Just give me 1 second here.
Sure.
What was the, can you
So
just
page-
repeat the?
It was
Page
budgeted
30.
at 400 grand.
Page
It was
30.
budgeted at 400. We want 100,000. I want $100,000 cut.
Yep, page 30, 53100, snow removal by 100,000.
Okay.
I'd like to make amendment to that and make that $150,000 cut. I mean, I know we had 2 storms in December. We didn't have a bad winter, obviously, but with the 2 storms in December, we were still only 54,000. So if we had similar things in January and February, we would probably be ending up about 175,000. So if we cut 150, we're still at 250. Certainly, we should be in good shape for the first part of winter.
I'm gonna second that.
That's seconded. Mike has a question. Mike?
Yeah, just a point from Mike McManus. As many of you are aware, obviously we can't predict the weather, but as whatever statute allows for deficit spending for snow and ice removal, that's eliminated if you cut the snow removal budget. That's my understanding. I defer to Tanya or Crystal if they have a different opinion on that, but I'd just like to notify the council of that quirk.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I want to make 2 points, and one Mr. Bloomberg hit, and that's absolutely accurate. The second point, Mr. President, is that we've been advised in the past that if we go, this is one of the rare occasions where even I would vote, because we have approval to do so, to use stabilization funds, and without hurting our position financially with the creditors. And if we can, now this is going to take a lot of thought and a lot of certainly a lot of awareness by the financial team and us as counselors that are elected through the term, that through the winter term. We've got to be aware of this, and we need to be constantly apprised. I hope we'll be constantly apprised of where we are with stabilization. If you recall, for the first time in my career, we actually got the bank account sent to us upon my request 2 months ago. And if no one has it, then Ryan certainly does, and I'd be happy to email it to everybody. So this is something that I generally, I mean, I think my record's pretty solid as far as not going to stabilization, but this is the one time when there are, it's allowed, it's reasonable, and I think with that kind of use, so that kind of very stringent use of stabilization, Mr. President, and I think we've seen the ROI on it somewhere. I'm just going to say 300,000, but I think I'm being conservative. And with that, Mr. President, I think we do have some flexibility as a city to not tap into general, but to tap into our rainy day fund. In this case, it'd be a snowy day fund, and that would be a reasonable use of those monies. So I supported Councilor Graney's, and I certainly would support Councilor Murphy's amendment. Thank you.
Yep, you are correct, Councilor Bartley. Tanya? I see your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate what Mike Bloomberg said, which is that the process is that you have to at least budget as much as you did the previous year to be able to utilize the deficit spending.
No doubt.
Yep.
I mean, it's your choice, but.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone further for this one? So current motion is the amended motion of 150 from page 30, because I know some people didn't have it in the book, 53100 to cut 150. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
Your vote, you approve the 150. Anything else for page 30? Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah, I was a little slow on the trigger. I'd like to go back to page 29 for a minute.
Hold on.
Can't
Oh.
go back.
Object.
I
Can't go back.
object to it.
Object. Second.
Well,
Passed it already.
I did ask, and I said if we missed it, you could yell at me, so that's my fault. Page 29 for everyone. Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah. Line item 52509, repair and maintenance police station. So we did spend 40,410 out of that account. $2,500 was of that 40,000 was transferred out to other accounts. $7,500 was from previous carryover from previous year. All right. So the real actual amount spent was 30,000. The previous year, 33,000. Then you got that carryover thing going on. But I think we got room to cut 7,000 there. So that's what I'm proposing.
Second.
Motion is to cut 52509 by 7,000. That was seconded, for the reasons stated. Seeing no other discussion, the clerk will call the roll for the 7,000.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
With your vote, you approve that cut.
Can you just repeat the abject code for that one?
Yep. So it's page 29, that's 52509.
Thank you.
Anyone further for page 29? Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah, and also the next one, 52510, which is the central fire station. 2019, we'd only spent 25,000. This year through June 1st, 23,000.
On that one, Mike, if I may, I know they're having a boiler issue, and that's why they put in extra. That was the main issue there.
That's right. Okay, I withdraw that. I forgot about that.
Anything further for 29? Seeing none. Back to 30. Going once. Going Counselor Murphy.
53140, the ROCA services. I recommend a $10,000 cut.
Wait, 53410.
53410.
Okay.
$10,000 cut, which would still provide a $15,000 increase in the budget from last year.
Second.
Motion is to cut 53410 by 10,000 for the reasons stated. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
With your vote, you approve the 10,000 cut. Anything further for page 30? Page 31. Still at DPW equipment maintenance. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 54800.
Yep.
I propose to cut $5,000 just relative to fuel cost cuts.
All right, so motor vehicle fuel 54800 to cut it by 5,000. And that was seconded. Any further discussion on that one? Counselor Sullivan.
Maybe Ron, maybe you guys can help us with that, but isn't that account going into deficit right now?
Is it?
We're gonna ask Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya, because as of 3/31, it looked like we had already spent 65,000, and there's a somewhat of a lag between the time we get the numbers in.
That's correct. That is correct, and there was a deficit in there, but the DPW has put in a transfer to cover those costs.
Right. So, what was the real number spent?
I'm sorry, I don't have.
Well, how much
I
did
don't
they
have the actual number. I'd have to look it up for you.
How much did they have to transfer in to cover?
I want to say they had a $10,000 deficit at the time, but they also were still doing their fuel billing for May and June. So I don't have the actual figures until I get that information from the DPW.
All right, so if that trend continues, it's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 85,000 for this year.
Correct.
Okay.
Why?
I think you're 85.
So it's double 2019?
Now, 2019 was 92,000.
Oh, okay, then I just don't have the accurate numbers. All right, I'll withdraw that.
Okay. So that motion has been withdrawn. Anything further for page 31?
I think that was 32.
You want to go to 32?
No, I think that was page 32,
No,
wasn't it?
that's 31.
It was 31.
Yeah.
It was 31.
That's why we're confused.
I wasn't looking at any numbers that had to do with $90,000.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm looking at the wrong motor vehicle fuel line from the next page.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was too.
So once again, we're on page 31. Auto equipment maintenance. And the counselor's motion was on 54800 to cut 5,000 from that.
All right, so on that one, I'll say the same thing, Todd. We had spent already $29,815, and all the receipts weren't in yet.
Okay. All right. Leave it
All right.
alone. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, both of those. So it's the same.
Okay.
All right, so then to page 32. Hearing nothing.
No.
Oh, Councilor Murphy? Councilor
Yeah,
Murphy.
item 51300. I would recommend a $3,000 cut on the overtime.
Second.
The motion is cut 3,000 from 51300. Once again, this is page 32. Seeing no other hands, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yeah.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Could be my one no of the night.
Tallman,
There's hope.
No way.
Bacon.
No.
5 yeas, 8 nays.
Vote does not carry. Anyone further? Counselor Anderson Burgos.
I just want to make a quick note. While we're looking at the Department of Public Works, this is a very extremely busy department. And I just want us to be a little bit more considerate, given that I've been getting a lot of calls from constituents. Whatever work needs to get done from Public Works, they're always there working hard. And I just want us to be mindful of the cuts that we make to this department. That's all.
Didn't make too many.
So anything further for 32?
Do that, Pete.
What was that?
Pete, look at Pete. He's got a little icon up there.
I agree with him. I agree with 100%. They're one of the hardest working departments in the city.
No, I'm just asking about the icon. I don't know how you did that.
Thumbs up.
Oh.
Oh, there it is. That's you, Pete.
How's that?
That one's just for you. Look at Joe.
Joe, all right, Joe.
Wow.
Counselor Murphy.
This
Murphy.
group's getting pretty savvy with stuff.
Item 52901, the hazardous waste collection. As of April, they had spent 1,600. They were budgeted for 4,000 last year. And the year before, they spent 1,700. So I would like to reduce that by 2,000 to make it 4,000.
Second.
Motion is to cut 2,000 from 52901. Any discussion? Counselor Lisi.
Not 100% sure here, but I do remember that there were a lot of contracts that were recently renegotiated, and the price for us to dispose of certain materials has gone up. So I'm not sure if that's reflected there.
Counselor McGivern, your hands up. Counselor Bacon, your hands are up, or?
Yes.
So Counselor McGivern?
I'll support the 2,000. A little reluctant though, because isn't this the item that when they collect the hazardous waste like paint and paint thinner and items like that, it's a major important service to everybody that lives in this city. I think we can the 4,000 will get us into a certain point, but I'm pretty sure this is something we'll have to revisit. I believe one of the collections was postponed or canceled because of COVID.
Yeah, I think Mike might have an answer. Mike?
Yeah, I'm hearing from Mike McManus that this is to cover 2 days. That in previous years we've done one or split it up, but it's to cover 2 full days of hazardous waste collection, which, as Joe mentioned, is a myriad of things for the cutting. It would reduce the amount of capacity that can be taken away. We've done 2 days sometimes in the past, but we hit our limits for what can be taken, and so this is just to increase how much we can do this.
Counselor Bacon, then Counselor Bartley.
Yeah. I'll support this cut, and my note relative to the contracts was under the landfill contract, which had gone up significantly, but it was noted that just the cost of it had increased. And it was also noted that Sunoco, because they do not charge us for the paper, saves us about $40,000 to $50,000 a year. So that's on that. Thanks.
Counselor Bartley, you had your hand up earlier.
I'm all set.
Okay. So with that, there's no further discussion. The motion is to cut 52901 by 2000. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez. Hernandez,
Councilor Hernandez, you're still, yeah, you were muted. You're still muted.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I said yes twice, but
I didn't hear any. Leahy,
Get one.
That's three. That's three then.
Yes. No,
No.
Is that vote?
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
There you vote, you approve the cut. Anything further for page 32? $33. Councilor Bartley.
Yep, this is, I know this will be my only personnel cut for the whole budget. So for 511005, there's a I don't know why we're paying a part-time clerk for this when we have I don't really understand why we're doing this when we don't even have any parking meters up. But all I'm going to say is that I'll cut it just. I'm going to offer a cut of $3,200 to sort of bring it back to even. That's still not. It's still over above what it was last year.
Second.
The motion is to cut on page 33, 51105 by 3,200. See no hands or discussion. Councilor McGivern, sorry.
Sorry, Mike, couldn't get the blue hand up. As much as I want to agree, is this not a union position? And that's a contractual raise?
From 17.7 to 21.
I'm asking, I guess.
That'd be quite a raise.
Well, sometimes a person hasn't been there full time and it's just catching up. It just looks like it's a bigger raise than it is. But if it's union, I just want to know if that's what the contract says is paid.
Well, I would say that we'd still be on firm ground if we made a vote, if we had that from the solicitor who's here, but yeah, it's pretty unreasonable to put her on the spot for that one. But if we had a communication for the solicitor for August 4th relative to that, Joe, and then with an appropriate transfer, I think we'd be ready to vote for it.
The problem is it causes the auditor, she has to have 12 months worth of salary in that line item for one individual. And if the payroll comes out and says you're paying at this rate, there's not enough money to support it, the auditor is not supposed to sign the warrant.
But
Tanya?
I'm sorry, I believe that is for additional hours, not a raise.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
That shuts me up.
No, well, no, it doesn't, Joe. Joe, you're Joe.
No,
listen,
David.
I was right with you, but it's just the fact that our parking deal is the same deal we've had talking about for 4 years. It's a disaster.
That's why I said I wanted to go along with it. I just wasn't sure.
All right, so 511.
And I was going to support you, even though my feelings are such.
So the motion is to cut 3,200. See no more discussion. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yeah.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy, Leahy, LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Hey, Britta,
Yes,
have you recorded as a yes?
sure. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve the cut. 33, still on 30.
For the record, that was 51105,
Yep.
5110.
3200.
Yes.
Yep.
Even with the explanation that we are paying for additional hours.
Yep.
All right, anyone else for 33? Counselor Bartley, your hands up, or is that?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, no worries, just making sure. Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, item 52101, energy for Suffolk. I'd like to reduce that by 2,000. They had only used 8,300 in the first 9.5 months.
Second.
So 52101 to cut it by 2,000. Anyone further on that? No. Clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
For your vote, you approve the cut. Anything further on 33?
Yeah,
30.
item 52500, repairs and maintenance under White.
52500, Dwight. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend a $2,000 cut there. Again, we budgeted 20, but we only spent 10 as of 9.5 months. So.
Second.
Second.
So the motion is to cut 52500 by 2,000. Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. Just wondering if these are part, I have a note here that this is part of the traffic issues in the Dwight, Suffolk, and Heritage Street area. Perhaps it's some of the funds that the city's putting up for the improvements that are happening there.
I'm not.
I'm just wondering if it's related to some of those improvements. I don't know why I have it in my notes in this way, but that's what I have on this page.
I mean, he might have said, I didn't hear that, so.
Yeah, so I think what Counselor Lisi said was that it might be part of cost for that intersection area. Is that correct?
I mean, that's what I have in my notes. My notes are choppy, and I thought that I would remember better from my annotations here, but it just says traffic control reduce, and then Suffolk Dwight, and then I'm recalling that we do have those traffic enhancements and repairs happening on the streets themselves for Dwight, Suffolk, and Heritage, and so I'm just wondering if this is tied into that in some way.
Okay, no more discussion. We'll have the clerk call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the 2,000 cut.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
No.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
6 yeas, 7 nays.
With your vote, that one does not carry. Anyone further on page 33? Seeing none? 34, Board of Health. No one? 35. $36.
Mr. President,
Yes, Councilor Bacon.
just a comment that I hope the COVID money does come through for the extra expenses. Thank you.
That was 36, 37. I'll make one point. I did speak with Jesus Pereira. He did say after reviewing the budget and talking with him, 54200 can be cut by 1,000.
So moved.
Second.
I think he might put down the wrong code. I think he wanted 53190 as conference and trainings. Because that's what he talked about, because they weren't going to go to them. It would not be held in the summer. I think he gave the wrong code. So I think it should really be 53190.
So moved.
So cut by 1,000. That comes from him. No questions, no comments. Clerk will call the roll. So 53190 by 1,000.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you cut that 1,000. He did also reference that with regards to 57700, that with Veteran Benefit Direct, I've historically requested 400 to 450. This figure is a true representation of the office. We maintain an average of $33,333 of benefit paid out per month. Most benefits are paid out are reimbursed by the state at a rate of 75%, while benefits paid for the prevention of homelessness are reimbursed at 100%. So he's asking that. He did ask for the 400 in relation that we usually cut the 450 down, but he says the 400 is a true representation of what they are filling out. Just, he sent that in a communication. No further discussion. 38. Public Library.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Councilor Bacon.
I see a line just with flat adjustments not related to any position. So I don't see how we could do that. So I think we'd have to take out that 16,000 because it's not applied to anything.
To what line, Counselor?
It's 51275.
Salary study adjustments, 51275.
Right.
Second.
I did speak with her on this. I'm not sure if it applies to this. I remember when it came to finance, we did increase the salaries for everybody, and the mayor did level fund it. He didn't increase it after that, but they do get a state reimbursement for the increase that we gave last time. I don't know if this would impact it. I don't have that answer. Mike Bloomberg?
Yeah, I would defer to Crystal or Tanya on that line in particular. I just didn't want to flag that the 671605 is a mandatory minimum to receive state funding for libraries. I think one town.
Yeah, we have to make sure we stay at the mandatory minimum or we lose that reimbursement from the state. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with it. So Tanya?
So it does, but also I believe she has the director has something in with the city council to try to increase the library salaries as well. So because it wasn't accepted yet, we put it in that line versus putting it in the other lines because we didn't know if that would be approved or not.
All right, so we have to keep this in order to get those reimbursements, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But she just didn't know where to put the money because what she actually wants is her raises.
Okay.
Yeah. Counselor Lisi.
Thanks. Just out of curiosity, I thought that we did vote for the adjustments in the past year. I know that they're.
Yes, numerous.
Great. So
numerous.
We did.
So I mean,
multiple.
What I think I would like to understand, and I'm very sorry that we didn't have time with the director that through the budget hearings, but I would like to understand whether this, if this is basically a repeat of that same sort of salary increase that we created when we did like the 3% for non-union city hall employees, or if this is I don't know. I'm a little.
This is different.
This is not that.
This is different. She's requesting that her salary schedule is like 7. So she's put forth something to bring it up to market value of this date. It just has not passed yet.
Where is it?
I don't know if I've seen that.
Where?
I'm not sure if it's actually, and I know that I've had conversations with Linda about this as well. I don't know if it's in front of you yet because that comes from the personnel department, but I know it's something they've been working on. So
yeah, I don't think we have it yet.
But forth
I,
Councilor McGivern?
I think from what I'm hearing from the auditor and what I'm reading is, if I remember, the salary study that is in the ordinance committee, the only automatic raises if we adopt the salary study were a handful of positions in the library because they were literally below or at minimum wage. It was just ridiculous what their salaries were. So a good department head anticipating an increase in a given year is supposed to put it in their budget, can't expend it until it passes though.
that's correct.
Okay. Ryan, can you mute? All right. Any further discussion, Councilor Vacan or anyone? All set?
Yep.
So 38, 39. Department of Recreation. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah. Item 51240, the temporary seasonal help. And obviously, we're not having the pool open, and I'd like to make a $45,000 cut on that, and 30,000 was what the Park Recreation Director thought would be needed for the winter and next spring.
Second.
The motion is to cut 51240 by 45,000.
I'd like to amend that. I'd like to do a $30,000 cut and leave $45,000 in the line item.
I'll second that.
So the motion amended is to cut 30,000 instead of 45. Any discussion from anyone? Councilor McGivern, I see your hand up.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm going to speak against this cut, and I know it was a lengthy discussion with the Recreation Department, the head of the Recreation Department, along with Mr. Bloomberg, that was present for the mayor, and I get the issues. The reason I'm going to speak or vote against cutting this is because this temporary seasonal help, there's a need out there right now, you know, for July and August to do something with our kids. And I realize the pool's not going to open, but there are other things that can be done. And this is where, and even if we don't spend it, this is where we can't replace it in July and August if the need, you know, if there's something identified that we can hire some people to do some work with kids throughout the summer. I mean, summer camps are starting to open up. There's a lot of things that are being lifted. And I really think I'm not saying being creative, but just because we can't open the pool doesn't mean we can't do other stuff in the playgrounds, at the splash parks and elsewhere. It's money that, you know, could be wisely spent, and I just think there's a big need to do something with our kids.
Anyone
Mr. President?
further? Yeah, Councilor Graney.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor McGivern. You know, our kids have suffered greatly because of not being able to go to school for the whole school year and everything else. Maybe the Parks and Recreation, maybe we can do something creative for them, get them out there. I'm getting some interference here.
Yeah, we're trying to cut that out now. You can go ahead, Councilor Graney.
You know, I think we should try to do something for the kids. Like I say, they suffered greatly over the last year with this COVID stuff. They haven't been able to get out and socialize or do anything else. If we can do something for them, you know, this summer, that would be a great thing. So I agree with Councilor McGivern. They're the future of Hoyoke, and we gotta support them any way we can. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Lisi. I think the department had to offered up some cuts, but I think the cuts she offered were a little bit too much. This would leave us some room, some wiggle room in there to have some help and some activities for the kids during the summer months. And I think if there's some need later on in the year in the fall, that we could look at that. But I think a $45,000 cut would be too much. I think $30,000 is appropriate, and it'll leave some funding in there to have some activities for the kids for the summer months.
Councilor Bartley, then Councilor Sullivan, then Councilor Lisi.
Yeah, I'm going to support the compromise on this, and I'm going to confirm what Councilor McGivern said, that the Big E is, wow, not having a Big E. There it is on the news. That's shocking. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's a good idea to keep something, get something going for the summer, but it's got to happen fast, and it's not happened fast enough. We haven't gotten even the most basic things, getting the basketball hoops and nets up. Anybody thinks that these kids aren't hanging around in groups together all over town and not having basketball courts available and stuff like that is stopping any spread of anything. All these kids are just hanging out now and getting in trouble. So if we're going to do this, we ought to get moving on it tomorrow morning, not halfway through the summer or later on. We've only got 8 weeks.
Councilor Lisi, then Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, you know, the department head did offer the $45,000 in cuts, and we had a really you know, lengthy discussion about how, you know, if we don't have people on our fields and playgrounds right now, this is like the perfect time to do some repair and maintenance or upgrades even on some of these facilities. So I really would like to see, I could even say leaving a bit more in there. We'll see how this vote goes, but to the point that Councillor Sullivan made, we had a lot of departments before us in budget hearings, and we heard about how so many department heads, to their credit, on their own, have gone after grants, have gone after really creative ways to reservice the populations that they are charged with on behalf of the city. And I didn't see a lot of that planning happening here. And so while I think that I would like to leave as much as possible in there and be able to reroute it in some way, I'm not sure that the planning has been done to merit the full $75,000 being left in place. And for that reason, I offered the $30,000 cut instead. Thanks.
Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, hey, thank you. So I want to echo what Councillor Lisi just said during the meeting. I asked specifically exactly how many projects did you complete last year, and the department head was basically saying, I think, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I think 2 projects. I think that there needs to be some more planning before we leave all this money in the account. I do think that the kids need a lot of different activities, and I think that we just need a game plan going forward. I would love to see a plan. Thank you.
If there's Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I'll go along with the compromise. I have no problem trying to leave, having been on the Recreation Commission and seeing summer programs, as Councilor Hernandez is also. So I know even with the cut for the pools, the idea was we were still going to have the spray pools and things along that lines, and trying to have some kind of activities. But at this point, and I agree with Councilor Sullivan, we're to that point where it's getting late, and we're also obviously facing a lot of restrictions. I've run a baseball league for the last 7 years, and right now I'm told I can't do that, at least not now. And I've also run clinics for kids, which I've been told I probably can do. So there are some things that may happen. So maybe leaving 15,000 additional can't be done, and we get some things done. But we only have 8 weeks, and time goes by fast. And if it's not already in the process, chances are we're going to spend a lot of money trying to do something and maybe not do it well. But I'll go along with the compromise.
All right. So on the floor is a motion to cut 51240 by 30,000. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes.
Rainey.
Okay.
Hernandez.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Yes. Leahy.
Yes.
LeBron Martinez. LeBron Martinez.
Voting on what? Reducing or?
Yep. So 51240, cutting it by 30. On page 39.
By 30,000?
Yep.
Yes.
Lisi.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
McGivern.
No.
Murphy.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve the 30,000 cut. Anything further on 39?
Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilor Bacon.
Item code 53161, to reduce it by 3,500 because we were told that the Senior Fest is canceled.
Correct. So motion is to cut 53161 by 3,500 because they're canceling, they're not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
See no discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes.
Rainey.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve that cut. Anyone further on page 39?
Mr. President,
Yes.
item 53166,
Yes.
recreational programs and events. I believe that we were told that a number of these were also canceled. And so I have a note to reduce this line by $10,000 for that reason.
Yeah, I have a check by it, but I didn't get a number, but I do remember them talking about it. I just don't have the number. So I'm going to go by, Mike might have an answer. Mike?
Yeah, I can't tell you where I came up with the number exactly.
The department head.
Mike?
I thought,
Good, Mike Bluebird. We still can't hear you, Mike. Try now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. As was said in the original discussion where this came up, this is actually an area where the mayor's office very much disagrees with the original suggestion made by the department head, and we would like to see these funds utilized for additional services that can be used. I mean, this is the event spending money. We had talked about the funding earlier for temporary and seasonal employees, and this is the cost of putting on those events. So yes, traditional events and traditional sports are going to be altered and changed. They should absolutely be replaced with different types of events and activities for kids.
if I may.
Yeah, Counselor Bacon.
Could I understand what those would be for the next 8 weeks?
Well, this is two things. One is it's for the next year, but second of all, there's a vast majority. I don't have a specific event in mind for the Parks and Recreation Department, but we do have a list of things that have been approved by the governor's office within phases 1 and 2, and we are hopefully entering in phase 3. So to Councilor Sullivan's point, whether basketball hoops can go back up in parks, that can't be a municipal decision. We can't front run the governor's decision, but as soon as that's allowed, those would go up. So the point is, we are asking the Parks Department and really the community to help support and come up with activities that would be alternatives to these specific sports.
So, Mr. President, I'd be open to amending my cut from 10,000 to 5,000.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is to cut 53166 by 5,000. Seeing no questions, clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Brainy,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
With your vote, you approve that one. Anything further on 39? Hearing, Councilor McGivern.
Just a question. If we're not going to do anything for the next 3 months, why do we need 3 full-time positions in this department? I'm not expecting an answer, Mr. President.
I wasn't giving one, but
It wasn't to you.
that's for a different person to answer. Anyways, back to 39, going once, going twice, page 40. Department of Parks.
Mr. President.
Counselor Bacon, then Counselor Sullivan.
Item 51300. In keeping with the other overtime accounts, I would propose a cut of 5,000.
Second.
Motion is to cut 51300 by 5,000. Any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. Page 40.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez, Hernandez,
No.
no. Leahy,
Yes, Britta.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
No.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
No.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
With your vote, you approve the cut. Anything else on page 40? Did I hear someone, Counselor Greeny?
Nope.
Oh, okay, just making sure. 41.
521.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Counselor Murphy, I'm sorry. What is it?
52100 energy, gas, oil, electric.
52100, yes.
Yeah. Again, I would make a $2,500 cut.
Second.
Motion is to cut 2,500 from energy 52100.
And basically, we were at about a $24,000 rate last year. So I'm assuming we'll be somewhat adding a little bit, but $1,000.
Okay. Anyone further? Seeing, hearing nothing. Clerk will call the roll to cut 2,500 for 52100.
Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 5 nays.
With your vote, you approve that. Anything else for 40? Going to 41. Museums, monuments.
Again, same thing.
What one, Counselor? Energy?
Yeah, 52100.
Page 41, 52100.
And again, a cut of 2,000. As of the middle of April, they were under 14,000.
Second.
Motion is to cut 2,000. Any discussion? Hearing none. Clerk will call the roll for 2,000 on 52100.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny, Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
No.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas, 2 nays.
With your vote, you approve that cut. Anyone else? Counselor Sullivan, I see your hands up.
Yep. Line item 53030, print bind microfilm, cut 1,000, level fund.
Second.
Motion is to cut 1,000 from 53030, which is print binding microfilm on page 41. Hearing no
Anderson
discussion.
Burgos.
Oh, Todd.
Hold on, Counselor Leahy. Sorry,
So the city still,
Counselor, we lost you.
Todd,
Counselor, yeah,
can you hear me?
can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so the city still utilizes microfilm?
The museum does. It looks like they still do it, yes.
Interesting. I didn't know they made, okay, thank you.
Any Counselor Lisi?
I mean, Mike Bloomberg is raising his hand, and
Oh,
so
I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't see you. Mike, you're muted.
All right, we'll try this again. I'm having speaker problems. This was specifically in the conversation with the director that they're ramping up the amount of materials and mailers that they're doing because they're going to be closed for an extended portion of time. And so you can see that there was a cut to a position here. And this was specifically due to the expectation that they're going to be sending out and releasing a lot more materials during the time that they're closed to keep programming up. So this was a specific request for this.
Anyone further? Seeing none, hopefully I don't miss. The clerk will call the roll. This is for $1,000 off of 53030.
Anderson Burgos.
No.
Bartley.
Yes.
Graney.
Yes.
Hernandez. Leahy.
Yes.
LeBron Martinez.
Yes.
Lisi.
no.
McGee.
Yes.
McGivern.
No.
Murphy.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
Put your vote, you approve that cut. Anyone else for 41? Mike? Counselor Sullivan?
Oh.
Okay, I just see the hand up. Okay. 42, War Memorial. 43, Exhibit Hall. 40, okay, 43, going back, 43, Counselor Murphy.
Again, 52100. After 3/4 of the year, we were at only 30,000. So I would recommend a $4,000 cut.
Second.
Second.
Motion is to cut on page 43, 52100 by 4,000. Hearing Counselor Leahy, your hands up.
Yeah, thank you. So my wife serves on the board. Not sure if she's the president or not the president of the Children's Museum. And I also serve on the Volleyball Hall of Fame board. So I'll abstain from this vote.
With that said, the clerk will call the roll for a 4,000 reduction.
Anderson Burgos.
No.
Bartley.
Yes.
Graney.
No.
Hernandez.
No.
Leahy. Abstain. LeBron Martinez.
Yes.
Lisi.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
McGivern.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Coleman.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas, 3 nays, 1 abstain.
With your vote, you approve that one. 44.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yeah, Counselor Hernandez.
I'm disconnecting momentarily to connect on another device, okay?
Okay. Counselor Leahy, I see your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, Todd. That was for the exhibit hall.
Okay. Okay. So we are on 44. Not hearing anything. 45. Counselor McGivern.
President, I make a motion to cut line item 59290 by 20,000.
Motion is to cut 59290, which is interest, Department 752, by 20,000.
This is interest on short-term debt.
Yep, short-term debt. That'll be second.
Well, I'll second for discussion. I want to hear what the councilor says.
Thank you, Councilor Barley. Sorry. This is interest on short-term debt. It's a moving target. You can make an argument either way, how much is going to be needed in the upcoming year. In prior years, and not with our current treasurer or current mayor, this has been used as a kind of a extra savings account for certain things. I think with the history of things going on at this point in time, we can reduce it by $20,000, knowing we can revisit it. It won't cause any problems for the summer months into the fall.
Tanya, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just want to say that this dollar figure comes from bond counsel and it's for short-term debt from 2020. So we know in 2020, if we keep that short-term debt that we have right now, that's what our payment is going to be. So that, like, I would prefer you didn't cut it because we will definitely be short. I have the obligation that I can give to you that gives you that dollar figure.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but we're in fiscal year 2021, correct?
Correct.
Right, but you
we
pay
can't be paying for
interest.
stuff in fiscal year 2020.
Well, the interest doesn't come due until 2021 for the short-term debt in 2020.
You don't have short-term debt until you do it. You can't do it in a prior year and pay it. Short-term debt is an annual budget item. It's not long-term debt. Short-term debt doesn't carry over.
So it does actually, because you're paying for the year that you have it. So if you get short-term debt in June of the next year, that's when you pay your interest payment. If you have short-term debt or bands that you get in September, you pay that debt in September of the next year.
Counselor McGivern.
I'll yield to the auditor, Mr. President, and withdraw my motion, and we'll watch this monthly.
Okay, so that's withdrawing the motion on the 20,000. Anything else on 40? Counselor Sullivan, I see you. Sorry.
Yeah, well, this would be a question for the auditor. I'm still going to follow on Counselor McGivern's lead here. How can you have interest on something and no principal payment?
Because it's a ban and it's short-term interest, so you're only paying on the short-term interest until you actually bond. And then once you bond, then you start paying your long-term debt interest on your principal and your long-term bonds for interest. So you only pay interest on your bands, but when you bond, you pay both principal and interest.
So I'd go back to Counselor McGivern's point. We really have no idea how much, when these are going to flip over to long-term bonds, this amount that we've borrowed. So it is a moving target.
I guess it could be, but when I get the information from bond counsel that says that you have $7 million in short-term bands, and this is the interest you're going to pay in your next year if you maintain those, then that's the number I'm going to budget.
Right. That's if we never convert any of those.
That's correct.
Joe, could you help
But
me out here?
if the projects are not completed, then and we don't bond them, then we will have to pay that payment.
Yeah, so what we're budgeting for is not one single bit of the short-term bonds in the entire 12 months converting over to long-term.
It's the months that you have the short-term bans that you have to pay for.
Right. But the number that they're giving us is assuming that we convert none of the 7 million.
And until the projects are complete, which I don't have those exact dates, then I will have to pay that payment.
If we convert none of them in the next 12 months.
You're still gonna have to pay the months that you had it.
I know that, but this is an annual number. You divide that by 12.
Understood. I just personally can't tell you what's going to be bonded and what projects are going to be completed. Sometimes they push them farther out.
I understand.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that this number is based on 0 of the 7 million being converted in the next 12 months, right?
Well, we're already through some of that time because we have June bans from last year that still are not bonded. Then we have bans that are in process for different school accelerated projects and things that are expensive that we're waiting for reimbursements for. So yes, you are correct in what you're
Whoa.
Go ahead, Joe.
School projects?
I mean,
That
there's
would be
a
the
lot of
school department
projects.
budget, no?
No.
Why?
No, it's stuff that.
No, that's in the city budget. We carry all that debt.
So that's net school spending?
No.
I'll put my motion to hit $20,000 from this account, Mr. President.
Okay.
I'll second it.
So the motion is to cut 20. Councilor Lisi, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. I think, it would be great if we had a list of the projects that we had the short-term bans on, because then we would get a better sense of what projects might be complete. So the only way we switch these short-term debts to long-term is if the projects are completed. And it would be nice to have a list of those projects to at least be able to forecast or project in some way which have a high likelihood of becoming long-term debt. And then to the point about the school buildings, the school buildings are the city's buildings. We own them, they're ours. So it makes sense that repairs, maintenance, anything being done to those buildings is really the city's responsibility.
No.
So hold on, Councilor Bacon is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. So some of the projects that were noted at the budget hearing were the Jackson Street CSO, the school repairs, which I'm sure are more than one project in one school. And then the other big project is the street light. Those were the major ones.
Yep. So here, the motion on the floor is to cut 20,000 from 59290. If there's no more discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
No.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon,
No.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
With your vote, you approve the 20,000 cut. That was 45, 46. Or if there's something on 45, stop me. No, so 46.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, Counselor Murphy.
So, like, we're under the second item, 51999 for workers' compensation.
Yep.
I mean, is there something that we have to pay? Like, I mean, we have to pay workers' comp when someone gets hurt, but like, for example, we're budgeting for 250,000. We did last year for 250,000. In FY19, we only spent 165, and through the first 9.5 months this year, we spent 110. So, do we have to put 250,000 into that account?
No, you can cut it.
Okay, then I'll make a motion that we cut 50,000 out of the workers' comp.
Second.
So 51999 workers' comp, Department 912 is to cut 50,000. I see Counselor Bartley, Counselor Bacon.
Oh, no, I'm for another cut, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm good
Okay.
on this.
All right. So with that, see no more discussion. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to cut the 50,000.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yeah.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Yes.
11 yeas, 2 nays.
With your vote, you approve the cut. Counselor Bartley, your hand is up.
Yes, same page, 57630. The amount is 100. I'd like to cut it to 25,000 to put it the same amount budgeted for last year.
So cut it by 25,000. That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's my proposal.
Okay, just want to make sure I heard it right. So 57630, which is claims and damages general, cut it 25,000.
Same as last year. That's it.
No further discussion. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lacey,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve that cut. Anything further on 46? Counselor Bartley, your hand's still up or no?
Nope, we're all good.
Okay.
Yep, sorry.
46. Counselor McGivern.
President, make a motion the budget pass the second reading as amended this evening.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider snow removal on page 30.
Hold on. First motion was to pass the second reading. I didn't hear a second yet. There was another motion on a reconsideration.
Todd, I had seconded it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. So Council Leahy seconded it. There's now a motion to reconsider on
Was
snow
Leahy
removal.
seconding my motion or Joe's motion?
Joe's motion to pass the second reading with cuts as approved. So there's a motion to reconsider on snow removal.
Second.
Under discussion. Counselor Lisi?
Sure. So, I mean, I just don't feel that we need to, or we should. I don't think we should be relying on stabilization to be funding our snow removal when we have the ability as a municipality to deficit spend, as long as we level fund that line item. So once again, I would be voting, I'd like for us to, I guess, should I make a motion for a new and different cut from that line item? Or, I mean, I don't want any cut.
Well, if you want no cut, it's to reconsider and not cut it at all. And I think they cut it by 150, if I do remember.
Yeah. Yep.
So the motion is to reconsider the cut of 150. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
I'd say the noes have it.
Show of hands.
Councilors asked for a show of hands. Those in consideration for reconsideration of the 150, raise your hand.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3. That does not pass. With that, we're back to the original motion. Motion is.
I'll also make a motion to reconsider on page 21, the contracted services that were cut.
Page 21. Building codes inspection, page 21, contracted services, which was the 20,000?
It was left at 20,000, and I believe it was a $30,000 cut.
Okay, so cut by 30. Motion is to reconsider that, all the whole amount.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Oh.
I'd say the noes have it. Unless you want a show of hands.
I'll have to ask for the show of hands just for the
Show of
record.
hands.
To reconsider.
1, 2, 3. Not enough.
Mr. President?
Yep. Councilor Bartley.
Just a point of order. Is the counselor's husband still not the building commissioner?
The counselor's husband is my husband. I'm sorry. Is
So I'm addressing the city council president. I'm addressing the council president, Matt.
I'm not voting on anything related to his salary, just like many other.
President, this is out of order.
This is out of order for both places. Both the original motion now is back on the floor, which is that Councilor McGivern asked that we pass the second reading. Councilor Leahy seconded that. So with
Why is
that,
my point of order why is that out of order? Could I have a ruling on that?
Yeah, I deem it out of order.
Well,
if you
I asked why. I just want to answer why is it out of order?
It has nothing to do with the conversation, which is talking about the budget. She has every right to bring up reconsiderations, which is what she did. Whether or not there's a family member or what have you has no relevance to this issue.
So that's not a direct conflict, no?
No, there isn't actually. There was nothing about salaries. So now back to, and if there is, she can handle that with legal or filing a disclaimer or what have you. There are processes. So now back to the original motion, which is to pass the second reading. As we all know, all the cuts that we have approved, I did add it up, currently is at about $963,279, give or take, if I missed something. Therefore,
I got 988.
I said give or take. I was rounding.
No, I probably be wrong too.
So somewhere in that ballpark are the cuts. What that comes out to be is those are set in stone. As you vote now, you can vote yes or no. Whatever vote comes out is what the budget is. So I'll leave it at that. So the motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. Councilor McGivern, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be real quick under the circumstances. I think this body has done a wonderful job under what we're facing in terms of not a deficit, but what we're facing in terms of an unknown with revenue. And I think we've taken advice of a lot of people, Councilor Bartley's and everyone that spoke this evening, and made close to $1 million in cuts. I am going to vote in favor of passing the budget this year with those cuts and continue to work with the mayor and the department heads to get through these very difficult times. I think it's a show of support for everybody who's out there, not just the mayor's office, but also the department heads who are working above and beyond the call of duty. And I've just asked other councilors to consider that with me to vote in favor with the cuts.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes, I'm going to be voting in support of this budget as well. We cut close to $1 million. And I also just want to give a big thank you to both Brenna and Ryan for staying with us and doing the work. They have to sit through all these meetings, and I just wanted to say thank you both to Brenna and Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yes, Mr. President, it's been a long night. I appreciate all the work that the councilors put forth, all the cuts. I will be voting for the budget with the cuts in there, and I didn't think we'd get past 500,000 or 600,000. To get to almost $1 million is really incredible. So it's with the dedication of really looking at this budget seriously. All the councilors going through all the budget meetings and hearings that we got to this point. So I want to thank my colleagues and really appreciate the work they've done.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I haven't voted for a budget in 5 years, but I'm actually going to vote for this one.
All right, Dave.
So
it's glad to hear.
There's still hope.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Well, I mean, I still wasn't going to do it, but the first counselor that spoke, he almost shamed me into it. So I will support in light of that eloquent comment by the first speaker on this part. I will vote for it. And the fact that we had to make a lot of hard cuts, none of which are pleasant, but I think we did what we had to do.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I think that for the first time in the 13 years that I've been in office, I'm going to be voting against this budget. I think that if we were really working with the mayor and our department heads, we wouldn't be making as much of the cuts as we are tonight, because I think more and more when we listen to these conversations with Department of Revenue and DLS, we want to see more of accurate budgeting, things that actually reflect the amount that we're spending and not relying on free cash. And also I think that I haven't gotten an update as to how well accounted for those deficit accounts are. The 36 or 40 different line items that ran us into a deficit and cost us our free cash reimbursement last year. I feel that we're putting the city in jeopardy to some extent in relying on that free cash to come in to support the $1 million that we cut from the budget. So I won't be voting for this budget this evening.
Anyone further that I missed? Seeing none, I will just say one thing. Tanya, Ryan, Brenna, all the department heads, all the counselors, I think for all the meetings that we had close to everyone there. I know there was one night there was one or two missing, or people had to drop off towards the end, but everyone, thank you for being part of this, especially through a Zoom type meeting. This is not something we're used to, but everyone was there. Oh, and Crystal, I can't forget Crystal. Every night, everyone was there to deal with this. And once again, it's almost midnight and we're here doing this. Please understand, when it comes to the vote of the budget, you could all vote no for the budget. It still passes according to the cuts that we made. So I don't want you to think that if you vote yes or no, it's going to have an ultimate impact other than you're just voting the way you want. I will not be voting for the budget. I don't think it's been balanced the way it should be. No offense to anyone here. I think everyone did a phenomenal job. But as far as what was presented to us, I still believe there's a lot of issues that we didn't get as much of the detail that we needed to really address the budget correctly. So therefore, I will not be voting for this budget. But I voted for the cuts as they were presented because I believe that's what we need to do to try and be in a fiscally responsible manner for this city. So that is where I stand. With that, if there's no further comment, the clerk will call the roll. It's a second reading in order to vote yes or no for the budget.
Anderson Burgos.
No.
Bartley.
Yes.
Graney.
Yes.
Hernandez.
No.
Leahy.
Yes.
LeBron Martinez.
No.
Lisi.
No.
McGee.
No.
McGivern.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No, more along the lines of with President McGee than some of the others.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
With that, I thank everyone. Have a wonderful
adjourn.
4th of July.
Happy birthday, Linda.
Happy birthday, Linda.
Birthday.
Hey, Todd,
Well,
thank
we
you
can
for
say
running some
it's
good
not, it's
meetings
almost
too, Todd.
midnight.
Really appreciate it.
Almost.
Happy birthday. Have a wonderful time,
Good night,
everyone.
everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
And yay, no meeting tomorrow night.